forward to a All right, next slide. All right, good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for January 9, 2024 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the updated provisions enacted by the legislature last year. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings until March 2025. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the Zoom webinar event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. As with our in-person meetings, comments and support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The chair may limit the number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project, that is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise hand button along the bottom of your screen in the Zoom webinar platform. Click it again and your hand should go down. When the host sees your hand, you will receive a request to unmute yourself. Select yes, and you should be able to talk. If you are connected to the hearing by phone, please press *9 to raise and lower your hand. You must press *6 to unmute yourself after you receive the request from the host. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first and then provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Stembridge reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time. Okay. Mr. Stembridge.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Valencia.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Ms. Wewell.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning, Ms. Bettabraza.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning, Mr. Langham.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. I will turn it over to Mr. Stembridge now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with the approval of hearing minutes scheduled for 9:30. We will vote on the hearing minutes for June 6th, June 15th, June 27th, July 11th, July 20th, July 25th, August 8th, August 17th, and August 29th, all for 2023.
May I have a motion?
Motion to approve the,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
motion to approve the hearing minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Ms. Bettabraza.
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair also votes yes. Motion carries.
Next, we'll move on to the extensions scheduled for 9:30. First, we have case number BOA 1211702 with the address of 95 to 97 Broadway. This is the applicant's first request for a one-year extension until February 11th of 2025. If the applicant and or their representative is present, they explain the situation to the board.
Yes, good morning. Leslie Delaney Hawkins with the law firm of Prince LaBelle Ty on behalf of my partner, Michael Ross. here on behalf of the applicant. As the secretary noted, this is our first extension while we are approaching construction due to the current fiscal situation and interest rates. We are readdressing some of our loan information and as such request this 1-year extension to allow us ample time to begin construction.
Great. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
I make a motion to grant a 1-year extension to February 2025.
February 11th, 2025?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1270821 with the address of 123 Fisher Avenue. This is the applicant's first request for a 1-year extension until February 4th, 2025. Is the applicant and/or their representative present? Would they explain to the board?
Yeah, hi, my name is Maggie Cohn. My husband, Richard Giordano, who's also somewhere on this call, and I have been planning to build a house on our property on Mission Hill. We live on a very steep slope, and I think not unlike other applicants, we have discovered that construction costs, and in our case, particularly the estimates we've been getting for excavation, have been somewhat off the charts. So we're requesting an additional year to try to find contractors who can do this project in a way that we can afford.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to grant the extension to February 4th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Very much.
Thank you very much.
So my
Next.
apologies, sorry, Mr. Stenbridge. I need to recuse myself for the next two. I did not see this earlier. I don't know, Ms. Better Brazza, could you just chair those two cases?
Sure.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Next, we have two companion cases. The first is case BOA 1101366 with the address of 75 World Court. Along with that, we have case BOA 1101368 with the address of 78 World Court. This
Can
is
you-
the applicant.
Sorry.
This is the applicant's first request for a 1-year extension until, it says December 3rd, until December 3rd, 2025.
24.
I'm sorry, until December 3rd, 2024. Would the applicant and/or their representative explain to the board, please?
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair Barraza, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller and Hanley LLP, 28 State Street in Boston, here on behalf of Willow Baker LLC, a developer of both of these projects, 75 Willow Courts, a 6-story building with 86 residential units, 78 Willow Courts, a 6-story building with 99 residential units. Both of these are in Dorchester, right outside of South Bay. Both were Article 80 large project review projects approved by this board in December 2021. As Mr. Secretary mentioned, this is our first extension request, asking for an extension until December 3rd, 2024. I am happy to go into more details, Madam Chair Barraza, if you'd like, on the reason for the extension, but we are asking for a 1-year extension for both of these projects.
And this is the first time, correct? Requesting the extension?
Yes, ma'am, this is the first time. These are being built in phases. 75 Willow Court is going to be built first. 78 Willow Court is going to be built second. We don't anticipate being back for another extension for 75 Willow Court, which is the first building to be built. It is likely that we will be back for a second extension for 78 Willow Court, again, just because of the phasing of the two projects. But this overall is the first extension for both projects as they were both approved at the same time by this board. Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Do any board members have any questions for the applicant? No? Can I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant the extension to December 3rd, 2024.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Great. Can I please hear from Mr. Stembridge?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
And I too approve the motion. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year, all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1201309 with the address of 1480 Blue Hill Avenue. This is the applicant's first request for a one-year extension until December 28th, 2024. If the applicant and/or their representative is present, they're please apply to the board.
Members of the board, my name is Eileen Rosa from Rosa Design and Construction. I'm here on behalf of the owner to request our first extension to be able to proceed with the BPDA design review on this application, as well as some conversations and sign-off that we need with the MBTA. At the same time, be able to put together all the professionals involved to get this building permit expedited.
Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion?
I make a motion to grant the extension till December the 8th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Before we do that,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
December
Stembridge?
28th, it's December 28th of the day.
December 20th.
Did you say 8th or 28th, Mr. Stembridge?
28th,
Okay, so December 28th, 2024?
yes.
Mr. Langham?
I make a motion to grant the extension to December the 28th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
Take them.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
This one will be a little different, which is case BOA 1264670 with the address of 240 Silver Street. The applicant is requesting to extend the timing requirement to file with ZBA opinion with ISD by an additional 90 days. You're requesting an extension until April 14th, 2024. If the applicant and/or their representative is present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Kevin Cloutier. I represent the owner and applicant in 240 Silver Street. And yes, I guess it is a different type of request, but under the Enabling Act, an applicant has 90 days to have the ZBA decision filed with a building commissioner. This project, and I'm asking for an extension of that deadline. This project was approved by the board on October 17th of 2023. The project involves the tear down of an existing two-story single-family home in South Boston on Silver Street to be replaced by a four-story two-family home. One of the abutting neighbors and my client have a legal dispute regarding an alleyway that's on my client's property. that is likely going to result in some type of litigation. If we went ahead and filed the ZBA decision within a time frame, that would just trigger an additional piece of litigation, because we would be assured that that neighbor would be filing a lawsuit to challenge the ZBA's decision. So what we're trying to do is find some practical solutions while avoiding unnecessary litigation. This request is one step towards that, just giving us a little more time to perhaps work out a resolution of not only the alleyway legal issue, but also any potential appeal of the ZBA's decision. So again, I'm requesting just an extension to actually draft, submit, and then have that decision filed with the commissioner. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Motion to grant the extension until April 14, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes.
Mr. Valencia.
Yes.
Ms. Wewell.
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza.
No.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we move on to the board final operative hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m. We have case BOA 1446390 with the address of 108 to 108C Alston Street. The applicant and with their representative present to explain to the board.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz, Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 H Street, first floor, South Boston. Joining me today is the applicant, Brian McGrath from Glen Shane Properties, and the architect, Alita Elber from Chu & Associates. As this board is aware, this proposal was approved on August 8, 2023, after an extensive community process resulting in over 2 years, with substantial changes made to the original proposal. There was a proviso of design review with specific attention to site planning to reduce the curb cut to preserve the front yard tree. During the BPDA design review phase, the landscape designer requested the applicant to relocate the property with approximately a 50-foot setback, which would now add additional violations of rear yard setback, and further modal alignment with the street would also be compromised due to preserving that existing tree. The specific ask of this board now is to remove the proviso to preserve the front yard tree. The applicant has further agreed to try to relocate and replant the existing tree, but if the tree cannot be saved, he agrees to plant a tree of the same species, just slightly to the right of the driveway to not interfere with entering and exiting of the vehicles. Further, there are additional trees on the property in the rear, new and existing. Again, this proposal went through an exhausting community process with multiple renderings to get this project approved and reasonable to the neighbors, the city, and this board. So the only feasible option here would be to remove this proviso and relocate the tree in order to keep this proposal moving forward. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the board for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Attorney Spitz. Any questions from the board?
I do have a question. You're still working with the BPDA planner on the location of the building?
So there was only two alternatives. There's one, moving that building, which would result in additional zoning violations. And again, that went through an extensive community process. We would have to go back to the community process. Again, because there'll be a rear yard setback. Right away, I can tell you there'll be a rear yard setback, and the modal of the front yard setback would be compromised. But again, the other option was to relocate that actual tree. So if you can see from the plans that were
Was the
submitted.
BPDA proviso of design review solely just for the site location, for the location of the building?
Well, yes. Well, according to the proviso, which was made, specifically the proviso that was added was specific attention to site planning to reduce the curb cut and to preserve the front yard tree. Again, that front yard.
Okay, so the proviso is still standing for the reduction of the curb cut?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I heard correctly. So is the proposal to relocate the existing tree?
Yes, Ms. Wewell, if you could see from the plans that were submitted, the tree is actually, that would be, so you can see that tree right there is directly in the driveway. So we will be slightly changing the location down to the right so it wouldn't have any impact on the cars entering or exiting. And again, we're going to try to preserve that tree and replant it, but it is a very old tree, and it's a very big tree. One other portion of what come out of this, during our community process is it overextends into the neighbor's yard. The neighbor was asking us to really cut it back because it has impacts on her property. That's one thing that the applicant has actually committed to. So again, we're going to do our best to preserve it, but if it cannot be preserved, we're going to plant a similar species of that tree there.
Have you or your client consulted an arborist or a professional in that field?
Well, we'll definitely have to consult a professional when going through that process of removing that tree, correct?
But it hasn't been done yet to see as to whether that is a good idea?
No, there hasn't been any conversation, but again, we would entertain having those conversations. We're just trying to get through the design review process portion of this. And again, where this plan here, and I can't stop, hitting on that. This was a very exhausting process for these 4 units resulting over 4 years to get to something that was reasonable and acceptable to all involved on getting this proposal approved. So the only feasible ultimatum here is just relocating that tree. But again, yes, they would have an arborist come in and be able to decide whether that can be removed or would have to be replaced. But either way, this has severe impacts to the existing approved project the way it lies now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to approve the request.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Great, thank you.
Next, we'll move on to groundwater conservation overlay district cases scheduled for 9:30. First, we have case BOA 1543914 with the address of 8 East Springfield Street. If the applicant and/or their representative is present, will they respond to the board first?
Yep, hello, how are you?
Good morning. Please proceed.
Good morning, members of the board. I think we have everything sent in for the approval of the water and sewer system, the engineer's letter, and the letter of no harm.
I see Mr. Simonelli on. Do you want to confirm?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Happy New Year. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. We have both letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Next, we have 2 companion cases, again, groundwater conservation overlay district and building code. These are, the first is case BOA 1544127 with the address of 667 to 667A Tremont Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1544133, also the address of 667 to 667A Tremont Street. I believe Mr. McCarthy is present to respond.
Yes. Good morning.
Please proceed.
Sorry, should I go ahead or?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, so for the groundwater conservation, we have forwarded both letters along and have the approved water and sewer plan. Should we confirm now or should I?
Just proceed with describe the building code, please.
Sure, so the building code violation is for access to the roof deck. We have a penthouse unit, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. You enter the unit on the second floor, and the top floor unit is the 3rd and 4th floor. It has interior access to the roof deck via bubble hatch, which is the zone building code violation.
Questions from the board?
Sorry.
Has the project been in front of the South End Landmark Historic District Commission?
No, unfortunately, they wouldn't look at it until after ZBA approval.
Got it. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Simonelli, do you want to confirm?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both letters from the applicant.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval for GCOD and also a motion of approval for building code relief.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Rewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we move on to hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m. At this time, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from any of the cases scheduled for 9:30.
I do see a raised hand, so I just want to start with that person. Callers, 617-543. If you press *3, you can mute yourself. Are you looking for a deferral? Sorry, I have no other additional raised hands. I'm not sure what that person needs help with.
Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Stenbridge.
With that, we will move on to case BOA 1483092 with the address of 621 East 2nd Street. Is the applicant and will the representative present to explain?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz, Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 H Street, 1st floor, South Boston. Joining me today is the applicant Luke Fallon and the architect Tim Johnson. This is a proposal to change the occupancy of an existing 3-family dwelling to a 3-story, 6-family dwelling by way of an addition and an interior renovation with garage parking for 6 spaces. All the residential units will be home ownership. The lot size is approximately 7,076 square feet, but the existing dwelling is a non-conforming dwelling as it is situated at the rear of another dwelling which resulted in 2 zoning violations, extension of a non-conforming building, and lot frontage. This proposal is located within an MFR zoning subdistrict. Units will range from approximately 1,359 square feet to 1,713 square feet. The ground floor plan will consist of the garage parking for 6 vehicles in the rear. In the front of the dwelling, it will contain a portion of units 1 and 2. Unit 1 will be a duplex unit with a 1-bed, 2-bath located on the ground floor in the basement with an estimated square footage. Unit 2 will also be a duplex unit with a 2-bed, 3-bath located on the ground floor in the basement. The second floor will contain Unit 3, a 3-bed, 2-bath, and Unit 4, a 3-bed, 3-bath. Both units will have a rear balcony for open space. The third floor will contain Unit 5, a 3-bed, 2-bath, and Unit 6, a 3-bed, 3-bath. Both units will also have a rear balcony for open space. The building will be fully handicap accessible with an elevator running from the ground floor to the 3rd floor. Also, the building will enhance all fire protection safety measures where the existing building is equipped with none. We have additional violations for open space. We believe this was an error during the review. We are required to provide 200 square feet per unit, and the proposal calls for 203 square feet per unit. We have a violation for extension into the rear yard. The proposed extension is approximately 1,905 square feet, where the requirement provides for a violation that is more than 1,000 square feet. We have insufficient parking. 1.5 parking spaces required in this sub-district for new units of housing. The building is an existing 3 units, and the proposal calls for adding 3 new units of housing, which will require us to provide 4.5 parking spaces, but we are providing 6 total spaces. We believe this violation was also given an error. We do have a roof structure restriction as we are altering the existing building's roof line. We were cited for this. Lastly, we have a violation for side yard insufficient, a 10-foot minimum at the driveway on 2nd Street. This is also a pre-existing condition as the proposal is utilizing an existing curb cut measuring approximately 9 feet 5 inches. Further known that this is also a neighbor's driveway as well. We've had preliminary conversations with Boston Fire Department. They are satisfied with their turn analysis study. As far as density goes on this proposal, we are well below the 2.0 floor area ratio. This proposal calls for a 1.4. And again, lastly, I'm going to leave you on this note. This proposal achieves the housing goals in increasing the number of housing units in the city of Boston. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the board for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spitz. Are these rentals or condos?
These are going to be ownership condos.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. All right, hearing none, I'll open it to public testimony. Ms. Pulaski, do you want to start from ONS? Good morning.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lydia Pulaski with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. 621 East 2nd Street has completed community process through our office, and the proponent presented before the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association on November 1st, 2023. During my tenure at the Office of Neighborhood Services, I received 17 letters of support on behalf of 17 individuals and 12 letters of opposition on behalf of 14 individuals, the majority being direct abutters. Noting that any letters prior to my tenure beginning on October 2nd have been recorded and sent to the ZBA directly. The main concerns stated are the entirety of the zoning code violations associated with this proposal, specifically the driveway dimensions in regards to fire and life safety access, and the increase in size, density, and number of individuals that would be added to the parcel. The Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association will neither support nor oppose this proposal. Our office would like to defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam of the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support based on a good community process and good faith compromises on both sides with the neighbors. These include reductions of the unit count from previous iteration of the project, a story of the building and the height from 42 feet to 35 feet, and the FAR. There is also 1-to-1 parking ratio. Moreover, all front and side balconies were removed, as well as work with the neighbors on concerns about the bay windows. Councilor Flynn respectfully requests that the proponent continue to work closely with neighbors and the abutters on any remaining concerns and any quality of life issues during the construction phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon.
Okay, with your raised hands here, I'll start with Meyer and then go to Ryan. Meyer, can you briefly tell us if you're looking at the support or opposition here?
Hi, I'm Chad Meyer. I am immediate abutter at 623 East 2nd Street, and my family and I oppose this project.
Thank you. Okay, Ryan?
My name is Ryan Prentice. I also live at 623 East 2nd Street as an immediate abutter right in front of the project. And I oppose this and the 7 outstanding zoning violations that the applicant has no hardships to have relieved. This back lot project has an insufficient driveway width for life safety vehicles such as ambulances, and the driveway is 9.5 feet wide. unlike Attorney Spitz saying that it's 10 feet wide, which is incorrect.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go to Joey?
Hi, good morning, Board. Joey Arcari here. I'm a property owner in South Boston for the last 30 years, 726 to 734 East Broadway. I just want to go on record of supporting this project. I think it's a great opportunity for home ownership. I think the proponent came back, he's made a lot of changes, bringing the height down. There's ample parking, and it's going to be a beautiful new building in the neighborhood, so full support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John and then Erica?
Yes, my name is John Burns. I reside at 509 East 3rd Street, and I'd like to go on the record in support. I'm excited for condos to be in the area, having some new people that really care about the area, and also the owner and his team has worked well with the community, lowering the unit count, and still has a decently small building for the lot size, and the height of the building was restricted as well as just bringing a nice new building to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Erica?
Hi, Erica Melmed. I live at 623 East 2nd Street, so I'm an immediate abutter, and I'm opposed to this.
Thank you. Madam Chair, would you like me to keep going? There are 2 additional raised hands.
That's fine.
Okay. Jonathan and then Katie?
Hello, my name is Jonathan Polino. I am a direct abutter at 627 East 2nd Street, apartment 2, and I oppose this project for all the reasons my neighbor Ryan has outlined.
Thank you.
Katie?
My name is Katie Clark. I'm at 633 East 2nd Street. I'm the abutter to the project, and I oppose the project based on the number of lines.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Spitz, would you like to respond to the driveway concerns and the life safety concerns?
Yes, Madam Chair. Couple of things. It seems like the biggest issues are the driveway and as far as the density and the life safety. So again, this building isn't equipped with any sort of life safety. We are going to update all the life safety measures. As far as the existing curb cut, that 10-foot, I think Mr. Prentice is factually incorrect. That 10-foot is a requirement for a new curb cut. Again, this is an existing curb cut, and we are at 9 feet 5 inches of our existing curb cut, which abuts our neighbor's driveway as well. We've had preliminary conversations with the Boston Fire Department about a turn analysis study that was provided, and they seem to be satisfied. The conversations will continue with the Boston Fire Department for further approval if in fact this proposal is approved by this board. And again, the last thing I do want to hit on as far as the density that people have raised is we are far below the FAR requirement of a 2.0. This proposal calls for a 1.4. And again, this proposal is in line with achieving the housing goals of increasing the number of units of housing in the city of Boston, and as well as in line with the Boston Planning and Development Agency recommendation for approval. So again, I want to thank you, board members, for all your time and your concerns, and I'm going to pass it back over to you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with 2 proviso. One, that it undergoes BPDA design review, and the other is that it undergoes fire prevention review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Betta-Braza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes. Motion carries. Good luck.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1480567 with the address of 164 Savin Hill Avenue. Is the applicant and or the representative present? Who's fine?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is John Dubarry from the offices of John Dubarry, located at 10 Forbes Road, Suite 210, in Braintree, Mass. With me on this particular project is architect Nicholas Landry from the PRT Design Resource Team at 546 West Broadway. We represent the owner here, Pauline King, and her son, Tony King, who's helping her develop this particular site. This particular proposal is at 164 South Hill Ave in Dorchester. It's a 2F5000 neighborhood located within Dorchester's neighborhood. The proposal here is to change the occupancy from a one-family to 3 residential units. The scope of the work includes a full gut renovation with an addition that will be gone over by Nick Mandy, the architect of record here. Ultimately, this is going to create a 3-story building. Parking is proposed at below grade in the basement, along with storage and other amenities. We are proposing a new elevator in order for all the units to be able to access their unit safely. The violations that have been cited, there was initially an original proposal, there was a design change, so what was left after the design changes is that the use here is forbidden use at 3 units in a 2 residential unit neighborhood. The lot area being insufficient, the code would require 5,000. Right now we have 4,420, but this is a pre-existing non-conformance of the site. The FAR is 1.15, the code would require 0.5. The building height is 3 stories. That is a violation. Although the building height can speak to the violation, that's a pre-existing non-conformance. The idea behind this particular proposal is to keep the existing structure and build an addition off of that in order to provide something to the community that meets the aesthetic and the feel of the neighborhood as much as possible. Moving forward, there's a side yard insufficiency. On the left side, it's 2.8. Again, this is an existing, pre-existing non-conformance. That's the existing left side of the current footprint of the existing structure. And the rear yard is another pre-existing non-conformance at 10.7 feet, where the code would require 20. There's 3 units here. Unit 1 on the first floor is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. That's roughly 1,439 square feet. Unit 2 is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. That's like 1,442 square feet. And Unit 3 is a 2-bed, 1.5-bath. That's again 1,432 square feet. To go over the plans, I'm going to hand it off to architect Nick Landry.
Good morning, Nick Landry from DRT. If you want to stop right here. So on the site plan, you can see on the left-hand side of the existing site plan, there's a 2.5-story structure with a porch off the front with some stairs coming up off the front. And there's an existing curb cut on the right-hand side with some parking right where it says lot 20. We're proposing to keep the existing curb cut and create some underground parking. We're going to have 4 underground parking spots, access from that existing curb cut at the ground or existing basement level. And then we're going to be pushing out the building on that side roughly 17.5 feet. We're going to keep a 10-foot side yard setback, and we're going to be in line with the existing rear setback, which is roughly 10.8 feet. You can go to the next slide, please. If you can scroll down, just that, perfect. So the existing building is the 2.5 stories above grade with a full basement. We're going to keep that basement. We're going to extend on the right-hand side. First floor is going to be a unit, as JD mentions, a 3-bed, 2-bath. Second floor, again, 3-bed, 2-bath, and the top unit will be a 2-bed, 2-bath with a small porch off the front and a small deck off the rear. You can go to the next slide, please. The original, you can see the original building on the left-hand side. There was a proposal earlier on in the project of 4 units with an FAR 1.5. After meeting with the community, we've reduced that down to 3 units and an FAR of 1.15. The current building, as Judy mentioned, on the left-hand side, it has an existing 2.8 foot setback, which is existing non-conforming, and on the left-hand side, we're meeting the setback of 10 feet. And the height of the building stays in line with what the existing building is at, 37.5 feet. If you can go to the next slide, please. The rear of the building, again, we're keeping the rear setback of the building at 2.8 feet. You can see on the right-hand side, the rendering is shaded blue. That portion of the building stays at that 2.8 feet, 10.8 feet. The left-hand portion that's gray steps back even further, and there's some decks that are on the front. The left-hand portion steps back to about 17.8 feet. Next slide, please. This is the neighbor's side of the building. If you're looking at the building from the street, the right-hand side, you can see that existing rear line. That's the existing line of the rear building. So we're keeping, on the first floor, we're keeping that back face, and then we're just extending that up and infilling it roughly 6 feet. The original proposal had some windows on that side of the building and also the garage entry. After talking with the neighbors, we felt that from their comments that, if we could remove those windows, give them some more privacy and push that setback in to meet that 10 feet, I think that was more acceptable for everyone. Go to the next slide, please. This is the left-hand side of the building. If you're looking at it from the street, the big change here was the window bays. You can see we've set the windows in so that we can meet the required 3-foot setbacks from the property line. Go to the next slide, please. Now, this is an existing view of the building. You can see that curb cut on the right-hand side, the existing 2.5-story structure on the left. You can see we're a few steps up from the street with that porch in the front of the house with some stairs going up to that. If you go to the next slide, please. Now, this is the proposed design, kind of keeping that same style on the left-hand side of the structure, and then we're adding in, pushing back the addition with the garage door, keeping that same curb cut. And that's it. Thank you.
Are there questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, I'll open up the public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ross Cochran, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The proponents have completed their community process. Our office held 2 abutters meetings, with the most recent one being in October of 2023. In that meeting, there was one that was explicitly opposed to this project. Likewise, the proponents have met with the local civic association, and their votes are as follows. The general membership voted 6 in favor, 21 opposed, and the planning committee voted 3 in favor, 7 opposed. Likewise, I have 7 letters of support on file and 6 letters of opposition. At this time, we'd like to defer to this board's judgment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I see Matthew and then Paul. Can you give us your name and address to tell us if you're in support or opposition?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew Patton. I'm a direct abutter at 161 Savin Hill Ave, directly across the street, and vehemently oppose the project. The developer has not offered any reason that he needs a variance. They, as a right, can build a 2-family, and the only reason that they are asking for a variance is because they have a desire to sell the unit for $1.2 million, as they've told us in abutters meetings. There's absolutely no reason for a variance. If you provide the variance, it will have a direct negative impact on my family's ability to use our property. It is going to increase traffic. It is going to create problems for pedestrians. There is no hardship. They can build currently, and no variance should be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, which Paul?
Paul Gennadis?
Yes, that's me, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, hi, my name is Paul Gennadis. I live at 176 Savin Hill Ave. I'm just 2 lots down from this proposal. I am extremely opposed. It's much too large. It's much too dense. It breaks all the rules. And it's my understanding that the Board of Appeals only has the right to grant a variance if there are special conditions that are met, including special circumstances. And no such description has been given in this project. There's absolutely nothing that would limit their reasonable use of the land as it's currently configured. And the variances are also required to be, by code, the minimum variance that would be necessary for reasonable use. And this is so far beyond minimum. It's almost the maximum, basically. There's also provision under the code that the variance will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the code. And the code clearly states that the lot isn't large enough. So I don't see how any variance that increases the size of the building is holding to the purpose and intent of the code. There seems to be no good reason to do what these appellants are proposing other than financial.
Thank you.
The rest,
Councilor Fitzgerald's office, sorry, I saw your hand raised late, go ahead.
No, Madam Chair, members of the board, Liam Ramos from Council Fitzgerald's office. Our office would like to go on record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine.
Hi, thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair. Board. I'm Christine Hogue. I live at 210 Savin Hill Avenue, but I'm here as planning chair of the Columbia Savin Hill Civic Association. It's difficult for me to speak in opposition of this project as Tony and his mom are valued members of the community, but it's also an indication of the level of opposition of this against this project that that the vote was what it was at the general membership. As you may have heard, we are expecting 10,000 new housing units in this area. We're not opposed to development or the additional addition of housing units, but we are opposed to dismantling or changing the character of a community as a result. As a previous caller indicated, the object of selling these units for over $1 million is not necessarily an indication that the intent is to increase housing units for the area. Anyway, I thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
Would the applicant like to respond briefly?
Yes, Madam Chair, very briefly. I do believe that in this project, this proposal is in line with the BPDA's goal of adding housing within the city. Their recommendation states that this proposal is in line with that as far as the Housing Changing City 2030 plans. We have met extensively with the community, hosting many private abutters meetings, additional city-run abutters meetings, and meeting with the Civic Association. The proponents here have changed not only the design several times and incurred the cost of doing that to try to meet as many requests as possible, but also downside a particular project in order to try to get something in line with what's currently in the community. We feel that this is a solid project, and the proposal that's before the board right now is in line with the aesthetic and the feel of the current community.
Any additional questions from the board?
Madam Chair, can you please read BPDA's recommendation?
BPDA recommends approval with proviso that plans shall be submitted to the agency for design review.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I just want to point to the board that the property is in the 2-family 5,000 district, but 4 houses down, it abuts a 3-family district. So right along Savin Hill, you do get the more of the higher density housing.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board or comments? With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion for approval with BPDA review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Whewell?
Yes.
Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have case VOA 153-5280 with the address of 59 Wales Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present to explain to the board?
Morning, members of the board. My name is Eileen Rosa from Rosa Design and Construction. Our address is 286 Blue Hill Ave in Milton, and I am the designer for this project, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant and owner. The intention for this proposal is to renovate and change the occupancy of a 3-family dwelling to convert this building into a 5 units dwelling. When we applied for the permit to get the refusal letter, they came up the city with 4 violations. The first one was off-street parking was insufficient. However, there is currently a 3-car garage and a parking spot for a total of 4 parking spaces inside the property, which means we'll be missing 2 parking spots to be able to comply with this violation. As far as the use regulation, what's being proposed is forbidden in the area, as we are proposing 5 units on a 3-family zone. They also brought up the insufficient additional lot area per unit. The lot size is, the existing lot size is 6,433 square feet, and the requirement for this type of proposal will be 12,500 square feet. And the last one was insufficient usable open space per unit. The requirement is 400 square feet. However, based on our calculations, the open usable space per unit was approximately 410 square feet. That was based on our calculations. But going over the scope of work, so basically it's an existing 3-family, it's a large 3-family building. The intention is to do all the renovation on the interior of the building, so there's no addition done to turn this into 5 units. The existing first floor is intended to be renovated. This is the unit where the owner of the building lives, and it's a large unit, as you can see, so it's just going to be renovated and accommodated. On the 2nd and 3rd floor, there are 2 units on each floor with a total of 1,716 square feet each. That's each unit. Now for the proposal on these 2 floors, the idea is to split these large units into 2 units per floor. Each unit will consist of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, with a total of 819 and 841 square feet per unit on each floor. These will be rental units, just for us to know, and that's all I have to present for now. I'm open to the board for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rosa. Questions from the board, please.
No further questions. It's a pretty straightforward project.
Okay. Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time, the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judgment of this board. Due to personnel reasons, I don't have a ton of information on this particular case, but I understand from the previous liaison that when an abutters meeting was held in late summer, there were no residents in attendance, and she was unaware of any particular concerns, that the applicant has been in contact with the local civic association. With that, we'll defer to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Madam Chair, I have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay. With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Rulo?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have 2 companion cases. The first being BOA 1538870 with the address of 17 Alveston Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1538874 with the address of 21 Alveston Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present to explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street, here on behalf of Dan Adelson, the owner developer, and we also have Kelly Boucher, the architect. This is a good photo to start with, as these buildings, one being a renovation, one being a new construction, are already existing structures. Building on the left is an existing one, and the new construction is a 2-unit condo building. What we're proposing today in both of the structures that are right next to each other are to add, extend living space into the basement. The only variance that was needed was for FAR, and that what's allowed in this district in Jamaica Plain is 0.5, and we're proposing a 0.67. The existing basement now on each level is just an open floor plan. What we're proposing for 17 is, which has a total square footage of 1775, and that's for 2 units. That would be split. One unit would have a media family room, and the other unit would have a media family room, both located in the basement, and then there would be a common mechanical area, about 118 square feet, that both units could access separately. In 21 Alveston, which is the one family building, also the basement is 1,323 square feet, and we're proposing to have a media room and storage room in the basement. We did work with the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council and get their support on the proposal, as well as our neighbors and abutters. This is straightforward, so I can pause and answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, for 17 Ariston, I see that one of the units in the basement has direct egress to the exterior, but the other unit only has egress from an interior stair. Can you tell me what is the grade at the windows that you're showing for the one that is not egressing outside?
I would defer to the architect, Kelly Boucher, who I know is on.
Yeah, I'm here. We've actually installed an egress compliant window out of the front unit at Alveston that faces along the side. Okay. So if that space is finished, it does meet the building code for egress through a window at that level.
Okay. Okay, and so basically, you're kind of half sunken to the grade. I'm looking at the elevation.
Yeah, it's quite a slopey site, and it's different. You know, the front unit is has a higher elevation than the back, so yeah. We can get walkout on one side, but only just the window on the other side.
Right. So you will propose an egress window, like a window well. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll open it to public testimony.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Melissa Beltran with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. 17 Alvin Street have completed their community process through our office, and the proponent presented before the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council on November 28th, 2023. This is for both 17 Alveston and 21. There has been no opposition to this proposal that our office is made aware of, and our office would like to defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Yeah. Question? Any other raised hands?
I have no raised hands, I'm sorry.
Okay. With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that no building code relief be granted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Bettabraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have an Article 80 case, which is case BOA 1523368, with the address of 3339 Harvard Avenue. Is the applicant and/or their representatives present to explain to the board?
I see a raised hand here. Brian, Judge or Noah, either of you on the call for this proposal?
Yes, I will be presenting this proposal.
Okay, go ahead.
Please proceed.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Brian Judge, and I'm an attorney with the law firm of Goulston and Storrs, located at 400 Atlantic Ave in Boston. We represent the appellant, Eden Harvard LLC, an affiliate of Eden Properties, which is a Boston-based real estate firm. We're excited and appreciate the opportunity to present Alston Post, a project that will revitalize underutilized properties in the Alston neighborhood into a vibrant mixed-use project that will bring both market rate and affordable housing to the city and help address the current housing shortage. I'm joined today by Noah Maslin, principal of Eden Properties, as well as Rob Del Savio of Embark Architects. Next slide, please. By way of background, the project site is approximately 48,973 square feet, which is just over 1 acre. It's made up of one zoning lot comprised of 4 contiguous parcels, having addresses of, that slide there is perfect, having addresses of 25 to 27 Harvard Avenue, 31 Harvard Avenue, 39 Harvard Avenue, and 410R Cambridge Street. The project site is bounded by Harvard Avenue to the east, Thor Terrace to the west, and properties to the north and south that include a mix of existing commercial and residential uses. Next slide, please. So the project site currently includes multiple one-story buildings and associated surface parking lots that have been most recently used as a van and truck rental facility, automobile repair shop, and the former Boston Alston Post Office branch of the U.S. Postal Service. The post office was required to close in 2019, and that building has been unoccupiable since after it was discovered that the building was structurally compromised. The Boston Landmarks Commission has reviewed the existing buildings pursuant to Article 85 of the Boston Zoning Code and has determined that the buildings are not significant for purposes of demolition delay. Next slide, please. So these next couple slides show some images of the existing conditions. Here you can see the now vacant post office at the forefront along Harvard Avenue, and some of the automobile-related businesses and surface parking lots set back behind the chain link fence. For additional neighborhood context, you can also see in the bottom right, far right, a recently completed residential project located at 392 Cambridge Street, which also required zoning relief from the board. Next slide, please. So these are additional existing conditions photographs, this time from Thor Terrace. And you can see there highlighted in blue is the auto repair shop that I previously mentioned. Next slide, please. So as was previously mentioned, this is a large project review that has gone through the BPDA large project review process and received BPDA board approval in December, just a few weeks ago. The appellant's proposing to demolish the existing buildings on the site and construct a single 4 to 6 story mixed-use building with the top 5 stories comprised of approximately 170 residential apartment units, including 29 affordable units, which represents 17% of the total number of units, and that's an amount that exceeds the city's IDP policy. The project includes a mix of unit sizes, including studios, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The project also includes approximately 5,265 square feet of new commercial space along Harvard Avenue. That's included to contain retail, restaurant, and service uses. And one such use in particular that the appellant has been working very hard to bring to the project is a new post office branch to replace the one that closed in 2019, as I mentioned. That in particular is something that elected officials and many members of the community have expressed excitement about, and something the project team is working very hard to make a reality. There's currently a letter of intent signed with the post office, and discussions with the post office are ongoing. The project will also include accessory services and amenities for building residents, off-street parking for approximately 49 vehicles, set behind the building from this image here, and related landscaping and site improvements. The project will also exceed the minimum usable open space requirements here per dwelling unit, including outdoor ground level courtyards and a backyard patio, which the appellant has committed to work with the community to make available for public events. The project's located within the Alston-Brighton Neighborhood District, governed by Article 51 of the Code, and the Harvard Avenue Community Commercial Subdistrict in particular. Multi-family dwellings such as this and accessory services on the ground level are allowed uses. Within the CC1 district, the project does require 3 variances, one for FAR, building height, and rear yard setback. The CC1 subdistrict allows for an FAR of 1, and the project is requesting an FAR of approximately 3.04. The building height here is in CC1 is a height of 35 feet, and the project's building height is approximately 69 feet 10 inches. And then the rear yard setback, which here is along Thor Terrace to the rear of the site, there's a rear yard setback of 20 feet in the CC1 subdistrict, and the project has requested a rear yard setback ranging from 0.5 feet to account for a fence in the rear, and it ranges from 0.5 feet to 9 feet 9 inches to account for the edge of the building in that area. Next slide, please. So this, during the Article 80 review process, the project team has undertaken a robust community process, both before and throughout the Article 80 large project review, including meetings from an early stage with many stakeholders, such as neighborhood residents, the BPDA, city officials, elected officials, abutters, and community groups such as the Alston Civic Association and Alston Village Main Streets. The result of those discussions has been what we feel is a truly great project and includes significant community benefits and mitigation commitments, many of which are noted on this slide. They include the 170 rental apartment units, which I mentioned, 29 of which will be affordable IDP units in excess of the city's IDP policy. The commercial space, which will reactivate Harvard Avenue and hopefully bring back a post office to the site. The project will help realize the goals of the Alston-Brighton Mobility Plan by improving the neighborhood street experience here with better walkability, adding small format retail space, and adding bike infrastructure to the site. The project's also been designed with sustainability in mind, both exceeding the energy code by targeting 42% improvement over the baseline building, all electric building systems, and targeting LEED Gold. Some of the public realm improvements that are proposed are a significant reduction in the curb cuts that currently are along Harvard Avenue. There's 3 currently existing today, which would be consolidated into one much smaller curb cut. There's also an effort here to improve the pedestrian experience along that area of Harvard Avenue, which includes 12 to 20 foot sidewalk setbacks here, some of which are over the project site for pedestrian zones, greenscape zones, and outdoor dining. The addition of street trees on Harvard Avenue, the commitment for an on-site blue bike station, and the event space commitment, which I previously mentioned, to work for the back patio, which you're seeing on the right there, to be available for public events. Most notably, there's significant financial contributions here for the benefit of the community, which amount to just under $280,000 for Ringer Park, Penniman Park, and other transportation improvements that have been discussed during the large project review process. Next slide, please. So I won't go into too much detail on this slide, but this shows you, this has been almost 2-year process since original project conception and discussions began. The letter of intent was filed with BPDA in 2022. PNF was filed in March of 2023. The public comment period was extended twice to provide additional time for the community members to weigh in on the project. And then since the comment period ended in June, we've had the Article 85 determination in August, BCD approval in October, an additional IAG and public meeting in October, and finally the BPDA approval in December. Next slide, please. So this is showing the current ground floor plan you can see Harvard Avenue on the right, Thor Terrace on the left. This shows the layout of the potential location of the post office, some of the commercial and retail space, as well as the residential lobby space here, and accessory office and resident amenities. This on the far left of the plan here, this does highlight the area where the rear yard setbacks shown 0.5 feet to 9 feet 9 inches are located. Next slide, please. And this is an elevation plan looking from Harvard Avenue. You can see the one curb cut I mentioned on the far left of the plan, which is an entry point to the garage sitting back behind the building. And this plan highlights the building height here is 69 feet 10 inches. Next plan, please. So this plan is intended to highlight the additional green space and outdoor courtyard and back patio that I had mentioned, as well as the additional street trees that are proposed along Harvard Avenue, and shows the outdoor usable open space that's proposed for the project. Next slide, please. And these are just a couple renderings, one from Cambridge Avenue and one from Harvard Avenue, looking at the project, and you can see the general context of continuing the ground floor, or continuing the existing retail and commercial uses on the ground floor of this building with residential above. Next slide, please. And here's a rendering of the proposed entry for the new the new post office, and then again that back patio that I've mentioned a couple times. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, for the reasons set forth in the appeal filed with the board and the reasons set forth today, the appellant respectfully requests that the board grant the requested zoning relief and such other relief as the board deems necessary and proper. Thank you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Is the BPDA project manager on? Okay. Hearing no questions and having no BPDA representation, let's move on to public testimony.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time, the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judgment of this board. As you heard from the applicant's representation, this went through a lengthy BPDA process. Many in the Alston community were particularly upset when the local post office closed down. Residents are hopeful that with this project and the work that the proponent is doing, some kind of footprint for the post office will return back to the Alston area. They did meet with the Alston Civic Association. I see Tony DiSidoro is on and can speak more to this. I understand that they're going to be deferring to the board after a split vote with their membership. With that, we'll defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Alston Village Main Streets.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Cornicini. I'm the Executive Director of Alston Village Main Streets, located at 161 Harvard Ave in Alston. We are a local nonprofit that advocates for the local business community in addition to other things. And I'd like to speak today in support of the proponents' efforts to lease the retail space out to the post office, as well as the aforementioned public realm improvements that they were discussing. As they said, Alston's business community has been without a post office for over 4 years now. And despite push from everyone in the neighborhood, including our city, state, and federal representatives, no alternative suitable location has been found. This is the best option we have to get the post office back into the neighborhood. Eden has been consistent in their commitment to build out the retail space for the post office's needs for them to return. And now with a letter of intent from the post office that they received back in November, we are excited to see these plans come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob D'Amico, Nomura.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Bob D'Amico, BTV, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make two suggestions. One, increase the width of the entrance driveway from 9 feet, which is much too narrow, to 12 feet. And my other issue is to install 2 electric charging stations. And that's it. Well, thank you.
Good morning. This is Maura McCray from Councilor Braden's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support of this project. As the proponent noted, this project will add additional units to the Austin Village area and will also include 17% IDP units, ranging from 60 to 100% AMI, including 2 voucher preference units, which the councilor appreciates. Also, as has been mentioned, the proponent has been working with the post office to help get a post office back in this area, which has been badly needed, and we appreciate the proponent's commitment to working with the post office. They have agreed to a letter of intent to occupy the retail space. Thank you.
Tony?
Yes, good morning and Happy New Year, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tony Disidoro, representing the Austin Civic Association. We did have a split vote on this proposal. Those that opposed this proposal cited height and density and shadowing and concerns about circulation and pickup and delivery. And the encouraging news about the negotiations going on with the USPS in terms of a letter of intent, and the proponent is actively engaged in negotiations. There were still concerns expressed that at this point in time, a lease has not been officially signed yet, so there were some concerns about that. Those people that supported the proposal like the reactivation of the site, the additional housing, and of course the 17% affordable housing, and the hope, because as was mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, there is no other proposals out there right now with the USPS. The hope that this eventually will end up with successful negotiations and the signing of a lease, and the fact that this is going to probably take at least another couple of years if it's constructed. That would put us out of a post office for almost 6 years. So there's a lot of hope that the negotiations will end successfully and that we'll get a new retail post office for Austin. So because of the split vote, we are going to defer judgment to the board.
Thank you.
Minor?
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of our members that live all the work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go on record in support of this project.
Have no additional raised hands.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Would the applicant like to address the driveway and EV charger request?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Noah Maslin with Eden Properties. On the chargers, we actually have them. So I believe we have 5% of the parking spaces, or 25% of the parking spaces are charging stations as required through the Smart Utilities program through the BPDA. And then on the curb cut, we will be working continuously with BTD and BPDA transportation planning, who requested this size of this curb cut as we go down through the process to, particularly through the creating the TAPA with BTD. And also, we will be going through the PIC process as well.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Bob, are you briefly responding to this?
Yes, Madam Chair. I wasn't commenting on the curb cut. I was commenting on the width of their driveway, which is kind of lengthy. And 9 feet would be too narrow because the basic vehicle is 8.5 feet. So the curb cut should be around 12 feet, but the actual driveway should be a minimum of 12 feet to give ample room to make sure that the side of any vehicle doesn't hit the side.
Thank you. Mr. Maslin?
Sure. If we want, we could pull up the site plan, because we worked long and hard with the BPDA transportation planning division, who really pushed for this 9 feet width. And we actually have, we've developed a system in which there are, the
the interior of the site, we actually widened the curb cut in 2 locations to allow for queuing through that, through the driveway.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. I think we have a whopping 1 minute of break. Is that right, Javier?
Yeah, we can take a longer break if you want, but I think by the time we go on break, 11 o'clock will roll around. So it's up to you, Madam Chair.
Why don't we take 5 minutes in case anyone needs to do anything, and we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
In the meantime, if you're here and you're in the attendee section right now, would you mind raising
Progress.
Floor is
Okay.
yours.
Sounds good. Let's do a roll call. Mr. Stembridge,
Present.
Mr. Valencia,
Present.
Ms. Wewell,
Present.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Present.
Mr. Langham.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Stembridge, turn it over to you.
Yes, Madam Chair. At this point, we will ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferral from the 11 a.m. Hearing. And we have hearing none.
I have one, sorry.
Oh, sure. Okay. And which one is that?
Ross Cochran, I'm Dorchester Liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, the proponent of 664 Adams Street, which is case BOA-1513811, reached out to me and requested a deferral.
Yeah. So I'll repeat that. That being case BOA 1513811.
Yes, sir.
The address of 664 Adams Street. Did he give you an indication of any time frame that he was looking for?
No time frame, no.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the board is open to be February 27th would be the deferral date.
Okay, if you could convey that to the proponent, Mr. Corkin, that would be appreciated. May I have a motion?
Motion to defer until February 27, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge,
Yes.
Mr. Valencia,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Then with that, we will return to the first hearing for 11 a.m., which is case BOA 1465637 with the address of 149 Lexington Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present to explain to the board?
Yes, Marcel Joseph, representative on behalf of the applicant present.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So this project, thank you, I see that you're pulling it up there. This is a project where the homeowner is looking to utilize her residence as a bed and breakfast in the neighborhood. It's a 4-unit building currently. She occupies the top floor. There are 11 total bedrooms, so 10 of them would be available for this bed and breakfast. Each unit has 3 bedrooms, and approximately 2 bathrooms. We did present to the Eagle Hill Civic Association in September, on September 26th, and we had overwhelming support actually from the neighborhood. Particularly, we heard from the residents that a lot of times they have family members who come in and they can't find cost-effective alternatives or cost-effective lodging for them in the area, that they end up having to get an Airbnb or something that's further out. And if they have a large amount of family coming in, that they don't have enough room to lodge their own families. So they were actually pretty excited to have something like this within the neighborhood that's being run by one of their neighbors. We had scheduled an abutters meeting back in June. There was no one present. So as far as I know, there's no opposition to this project. In fact, like I said, the residents that we spoke to in September were in overwhelming support. The appeals letter that we got, the violations were conditional use extension. I'm sorry?
I think we need to mute someone. Please proceed.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
In terms of the violations, they were conditional use, extension of non-conforming use, and then the Boston iPod. So under section I'm sorry, under Article 53, Section 11, it is listed as conditional use. And under Article 9, Section 1, I believe we just need permission from the board because it is a non-conforming use. But in Table B of the Neighborhood Business and Sub-District Code is listed as both approved and conditional use. So, and we're not looking to do any construction. This is a property that has already been fully rehabbed due to a fire several years before. So we're not looking to do any physical changes to the property. We're literally only looking to use it as is, as a bed and breakfast where the owner will remain as a resident in the unit and be on site at all times to welcome guests and do that. So that's all I have. Thank you for having me today. I respectfully request that the board grants this appeal, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. So to confirm, the current use would be completely altered. It's not like a mix of, none of the units will be continued to use as rental units.
No, so and before it was just being used as a family unit. The owner had her children occupying the other units.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, so the plans that I have, it's showing 4 units. That's the existing occupancy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the owner lives in one of those units?
Yes, she lives in the top floor.
Okay, and so if you were to change it to bread and breakfast, I don't have your proposed plans, so I don't know if you're going to be removing the kitchens on each of the floors. Oh, I see, okay. Okay, so, right, there's kitchens on each of the floor. Are they gonna be removed? I don't have your proposed bread and breakfast.
The kitchen would not be removed.
So you're turning an actual floor into a bread and breakfast unit?
Yes.
For every floor, correct?
For every floor. So there would probably be 3 apartment units that are like bread and breakfast because one is going to be owner occupied.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the ground floor, how are you, let's say I was interested in having unit 2, 3, or 4, what would be my way in or to be greeted? How does that work?
So there's the main door to the unit kind of opens up to like a hallway type of situation. So the owner would be there. She's the one that's going to be doing the bookings and greeting guests, I guess you can say. So she would keep track of that, who's coming in, who's coming out, and she would be physically on the property to greet and cater to the guests.
On what floor would that be?
So she lives on the top floor. So she's literally upstairs from all of the units. So whatever unit is currently being used or whatever unit the guest is utilizing based on what's available at the time, she would be on site to greet any guests, cater to any guests, answer any questions, deal with any issues.
So she would be using the common hallway.
In terms of how to access the other units?
Correct. So she would just greet them. She would be using pretty much the means of egress as a greeting area.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I have a question, but I did see Mr. Hampton pop on for a bit. I wonder if he's still here and can sort of enlighten us on this use and the recommendation. I'm just personally a little confused why each floor would need a kitchen, a full kitchen, but maybe he can share more about that.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Waitwell. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Madam Chair. Jeff Hampton from the BPDA. We recommended denial of this only because Ms. Betta-Barraza, we have the same plans you do, and a bed and breakfast can't have kitchens. So they say that in the refusal letter that it's going to be a 4-family and a bed and breakfast. Based on the information that we have, we don't see how that's possible. And so we are recommending denial so that they can go draw up new plans that actually show what the B&B is going to look like, including the lobby area and the removal of the kitchens and stuff like that. Because right now, we can't support a proposal that we do not have plans for. And I know ISD most likely has not seen them as well. So we're recommending denial so that they can go back, get plans drawn up for this B&B and then come back.
Right, but isn't it better to have like a denial without prejudice so they can, because the conditional use they're seeking is still the same, where a denial is suggesting that.
Well, the denial, they'll change it from a 4-family to a bed and breakfast, right? To a 1-family and a bed and breakfast.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, can we have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Malavia Gomez with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. ONS hosted an abutters meeting for this property on June 21st, 2023. No abutters were present on the call. The applicant presented to the Eagle Hill Civic Association in September of 2023, and the group voted unanimously to support the project. At this time, our office would like to defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sebastian Parra from Councilor Coletta's office. Based on the community support, and the council would like to sponsor for this project as well. Thank you.
Blanca? Are we going to give testimony here? Okay. We're doing it. I have no additional reasons.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion. Before I do so, I really do like the community support for the project. And so I would like to put forward a motion of denial with the hopes that you do come back before us very soon, before the new zoning changes are adopted to the EBR3 district. That's my only recommendation, but I would like to put forward a motion of denial.
Madam Chair, it's Javier. I think it would need to be a denial without prejudice. I apologize. I know Ms. Barraza, you said that earlier, but for them to come back within a year, it would have to be
Right,
denial without. Yeah.
That was also some of my hesitation, that motion of denial, they would have to come back after a year. Okay,
Yeah.
great. So I would like to put forward a motion of denial without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Nebo?
Yes.
Ms. Betta-Barraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1530340 with the address of 58 Woodward Street. Is Attorney Drago for client presence to explain?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. This is actually my own project. I owned the building for a number of years at 58 Wadsworth Street in East Boston. And the proposal is to change the occupancy from an existing 2-family structure, completely renovate the building, add a third unit on the top floor and also erect a rear addition. With me, I also have Eric Zackerson, who designed the plans that are shown here today. Just to go over the plans as proposed, these would all become 3-bedroom units, including the top floor, which we recessed in the front a few feet. We actually worked on the design with the Harborview Civic Association to come up with the mansard and the coloring of it. As was mentioned, these would be 3-bedroom units. The first floor, which currently is a 2-bed, would become a 1,782 square foot 3-bedroom with a rear deck and egress stair. The second floor, which is also an existing 2-bed, would become a 1,287 square foot 3-bed with a rear deck. And then the new unit that we're proposing on top, which is unit 3, would be a 1,280 square foot 3-bed with a rear deck. If you could go to the next slide, Madam Ambassador. The next slide, please. That's existing conditions. So you can see, if you could leave, okay, either one. You can see in this area, there are 3 families up and down the block. In the rear, if you go to the next slide, please. In the rear of the property is a multifamily residential. It's a 6 to 7 unit building at 4 stories directly behind the property. There has been brand new condo developments at 66. It's a 6 unit, 70 and 72. And then all up and down that corridor, there are a number of 3s and new developments adding units as well. The violations, as was mentioned, it is a 2F district, and so we are proposing 3 units. The FAR existing is 1.0, and we're, with the addition, it would become 1.5, so there would be an FAR variance needed. For height, under the new plan, East Boston, they are allowing for 3 stories, so we would be at 3 stories at 39 feet, 10 inches. And then all of the front yard and side yard are existing violations. We're not touching the building, we're keeping the structure. The rear yard required is 35. We actually would maintain 20 feet in the back, and all of the rear trees would remain. So we're not touching any of the rear trees that abut the back property line. And we do have a parking violation. We're not able to create any new parking, but we are within a short walking distance to Wood Island T Station. And as we went through this process, we're able to work with Harborview, as I had mentioned, on the design. And so with that, I can pause and answer any questions that the board may.
Thank you, Mr. Drago. Questions from the board?
Madam Chair, can you please let us know what BPDA recommends?
Mr. Hampton, would you like to share that and any insight?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We recommended denial without prejudice, and the reason is that we based it purely on the plan East Boston, right? This section of Woodworth especially is going to remain 2-family in the new plan and the draft zoning with the 2.5-story limit, and that's our basis for it. I understand that that Mr. Drago, as community reviewer, worked with the neighborhood group, but this was based purely on the Plan East Boston recommendation.
Thank you.
When would it be adopted, or has it been adopted?
I don't want to, get anybody too excited, and Jeff probably knows better than I do with everything.
But it hasn't been adopted.
February is the board. February is the board for the East Boston zoning.
So. Yeah, they haven't really committed to it yet. I know that Harborview took a big role in helping craft that, and they were very supportive, just given the new development that's happened along Wordsworth Street. But, and all behind me, 2 down to the right, 2 to the left, and everything across the street is either existing 3, but most of them are newer 3 that have been built in the last year or 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Can I ask about the choice of a mansard roof. I didn't see many others along the street.
Yeah, we originally, Ms. Wewell, went with a more traditional, like boxed look to kind of fit the other buildings, but because of the brick, that was a little more historic looking, because it is solid brick. The group had asked us to come up with that design, and we really worked over a period of months with them to come up with it, and they really liked it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, may we have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Melody Gomez with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. ONS hosted an abutters meeting on September 13th, 2023. The applicant also presented to the Harborview Neighborhood Association in October and November 2023. At this meeting, the group voted to support the project with a vote of 17 in favor and 4 against. The civic group also stated that they are appreciative to Attorney Drago for respecting the character of the neighborhood and listening to suggested changes that were offered. At this time, our office would like to defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sebastian Parra from Councilor Coletta's office. Based on Harborview Neighborhood Association's vote, the council would like to vote in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, we've got one raised hand here. Johnny, looking to get testimony for this proposal? And he may not be. I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? With that, may I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to put forward a motion, but again, I think given that this is Mr. Drago's property, it would be good for you, Mr. Drago, to be involved with the new Plan East Boston zoning changes, because what I'm looking here is the proximity to 3 families near your site, and so I see this as something to kind of argue for, because providing you with this relief will begin to spring potentially kind of another higher density along your street. With that, it hasn't been adopted yet, so I would like to put forward a recommendation of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much, members of the board.
You're welcome. Javier, am I allowed to take the Princeton Street one or not?
That'll be up to you, Madam Chair. You can call it out of order if you want. I don't know, Jessica, is the interpreter available right now?
If I may.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, we were actually seeking a deferral on that for a full board.
For the Princeton?
261, yes.
Okay, so let's, all right, in that case, I guess you can let the interpreter know, Jessica, and you can proceed with Shasheen, and then when we get to 11:30, you can do the deferral. How's that? All right, so we'll proceed with Shasheen.
Yeah, that works, Madam Chair. So we can read the next case. The 80 Shaw. Yes.
Okay, with that, we will move on. We don't need a date to.
No, we'll call it at 11:30.
Next, we have 2 companion cases. The first being case BOA 154-5096 with the address of 80 Shawsheen Road. Along with that, we have case BOA 154-5111 with the address of 82 Shawsheen Road. I believe this will be represented by Mr. Drago.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street, here on behalf of the East Boston CDC. And with me, I have Tanya Hanal from the CDC. And we also have Sharon Gentis from Joyce Street Design. That's the architect on the proposal that we're looking at. these renderings here. If we could stand here for 1 minute, Ms. Ambassador. The proposal before you was an Article 80 project that was approved, large project review, back in October of 2023. And no BPDA, I believe, is here to testify as well. The proposal has two separate buildings. Just by way of context, this location at 80 and 82 Shawshing Road is in the Orient Heights section of East Boston, abutting Shawshing Road, as well as the main thoroughfare of Saratoga Street. This is located in an economic development area zone, and this area had been housed with an oil company and gas company, August Brothers Oil, for years. The site has really fallen into disarray over the years. It was used for storage of their trucks to come and go, and the CDC purchased this with the goal of creating an all-affordable housing project, which that is what we were approved for, and that's what we're proposing today. This will include two separate buildings. One of them at 80 would be full rental building, and that would contain a 4-story residential building on an 18,345 square foot lot. That building would contain 35 rental units and 14 parking spaces. The second building at 82, and you can start, Jessica, I'm sorry, you can change to the next slide. And this shows you the existing conditions, kind of where they stand. We can stay on this for a minute. The second building, which is the condo home ownership building, would also be fully affordable, and the ranges of affordability would be from 30 to 100% AMI. This would be to erect a new 5-story residential building on a 17,882 square foot lot, and this would house 22 units and also 22 ground level parking spaces. If you could go to the next slide, please. We're excited for this project. One, this is all affordable housing, much needed in East Boston. Two, it is a short walking distance to the Orient Heights T station, making this a transit-oriented project as well. This project is going to be fully electric, have a gold LEED standard, and have 48% open space on site. If we could go to the next slide, please. And these are just more existing conditions of, as you can see, how this was used as just storage of trucks and machinery. Next slide, please. This is if we could stay in this. So this highlights which building is going to be the condo building and the rental building, and all of the middle area is going to be open green space with a promenade. 48% of the project will be open space. And many of the board members may know there's the East Boston Greenway extension that folks are looking to extend into Winthrop. And working with the BPDA and the city, this project will provide a direct access route to that extension, which you can see in the back, which is that green area that will allow the extension to continue onto the Winthrop side, which is right next door to where our project is. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to stop here for a moment. I just want to go over some of the variances that were mentioned. So this does fall within a flood hazard district. So we do need variances for that, for the use, because this is an economic development area. We are proposing multifamily residential. The height of the building as well, 35 feet is what's allowed under the code, and we are proposing 46 and 55, but pull that away from the residential corridor more onto the commercial corridor as well. The economic development area is really pretty liberal with the zoning code. There's no front yard, side yard, rear yard required, although we do provide that. And there's also not an open space requirement. However, 48% or 8,802 square feet and 3,865 square feet combined would be would be the proposed open space. Parking would be voided because of the Article 80 process as well. With that, I'd like to turn it briefly over to Sharon Argentis, if she is on the call, to go over the plans.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Board and Chairwoman. This is a layout of the site. You can see, as Jeff mentioned, the condo building is at the top of the page. That abuts the MBTA train yard, and the rental units are at the bottom of the page. They are abutting the commercial uses that are on Saratoga Street. If we can go to the next slide, please. One of the challenges with this site, in fact, I would say probably the biggest challenge with this site, was trying to figure out how to build buildings that abutted so many different uses. And so you can see that on one side of the site, there are 2- and 3-story and even 1-story smaller residential buildings. On the other side, you have the CVS, the MBTA train yard, and the Domino's, and there's a liquor store there as well, and some professional offices. So the massing of these buildings has been designed to keep the height of the buildings away from the neighborhood, which will reduce the shadows and reduce the sort of sense of size. So when you're standing on the street, you won't see a lot of that taller volume. If you can go to the next slide, please. So these are some renderings, just looking at what these buildings might look like. We worked with the BPDA on this to come up with an approach that makes the buildings fit in with the traditional architecture of the neighborhood. So using materials like brick, fiber cement siding, and using some mansards and bay windows as well. Next slide, please. So this is the rental building, 80 Shawshing Road, and the rendering you see here is looking, Shawshing Road is actually a private way, and so our proposal is to landscape that space, and so that was what was shown in that rendering, was the landscaping in front of that building. Let's see, next slide. We might be able to go through these slides somewhat quickly. Yep, so these are the civil drawings. If you go ahead to the green, there we go, the rendered site plan. That shows you the layout of the site. The green space in the middle left of the rental building is the private way where we're proposing all space in that area. Access to the rental building is via a easement from Saratoga Street, and access to the condo building is via Shawshing Road. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you can see it better zoomed in. And then that central lawn will contain amenity spaces for the residents, for the neighbors, a lawn space, and the preparation for a future path with the extension of the greenway. Next slide, please, or page. I think we have the architectural drawings here, which we can go through. So this one here shows the ground floor. You can see that the main entry at the top of the page would be off of the central green space. The parking is completely covered by the building. And then if you go to the next couple of slides, it shows the different floor plans. So here you can see that there's a light well in the center of the building, which covers the parking and the lobby. But you can see how on the upper floors the building is U-shaped. next slide, please. Here the building is also U-shaped. So this is the third floor. And then the next slide will show you that the third floor stops and the only part of the building that is 4 stories is away from the residential portion. So next slide, please. There you go. So the portion facing the residences is 3 stories. The portion facing the CVS is 4 stories. I think we can go somewhat quickly through the next slides. We have some elevations. The roof is being used for photovoltaics. So these are elevations. We're working with the BPDA and their design review, as well as the Mayor's Office of Housing, to look at the character of the buildings. Maybe you want to continue and we'll go look at the condo building. These are the side and rear elevations. There's the building section. Here we go. So yeah, maybe keep going down. This is actually one thing that to know about the condo building. This is the building that is in the flood zone. So there is a slight slope of the site from the side which abuts the marsh and the MBTA over towards Saratoga Street. And so the condo building is going to be built with a space underneath it to allow the floodwaters to come in and to leave without impacting the residents or pushing any water onto the neighboring properties. Let's see. Can you go up one slide, please? Yeah, there we go. So this is the ground floor. There is the lobby area, which is accessed off of the central green space, and then the driveway, which comes off of Shawsheen Road. The parking ratio for this building is 1-to-1. There's 1 parking space per unit. And we can keep going kind of quickly through these plans. This also shows how the building is articulated so that it's not a huge mass next to the other buildings, how we step down. So this 4 stories, and then once you get to the 5th floor, it steps back away from the neighborhood. There's our roof plan with photovoltaics, and then the elevations showing the character of the buildings, really trying to break down the scale of the building so they're not so large appearing. And then I think we can go to the final slide, which shows the section.
Okay. Mr. Drago, can you?
With that, we can conclude the presentation, answer any questions from the board.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, quick question for Mr. Drago. Could you tell me what are the affordability breakdowns for the rentals?
So they range from 0 to 100, and it's still kind of a work in progress on what those will be total at the end, but the entire project will be affordable on both sides.
Yes, I saw on the BPA memo that you have some 30%, and I was interested to see how many are and for
Tanya is on, yes. Tanya now.
Hi, Mr. Valencia. I'm Tanya Hanel. This is Sal Colombo. We're with the East Boston CDC, the proponent. Thank you so much for having us. And so to answer your question, the 35 apartments will have affordable restrictions. And of those apartments, 8 of them will be restricted to households who earn 30% or below. So those will have vouchers available so that those tenants will pay based on their income. We also have another 17 of the apartments that will be restricted to households who earn 50% of AMI or less. Some of those will also have vouchers, but not all of them. And then 10 of the units are proposed to be affordable to households who earn 60% AMI or less. So really the rental building is mixed income, all the way from $0 all the way up to 60% AMI. And The majority of those units are 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. For the home ownership project, the affordability ranges, we have 5 units for households who make 70% or less AMI, and then we have 6 units for households who earn up to 80% AMI. So about half of the condominiums will be for households who earn less than 80% AMI. The other half, the other 11 units will be affordable to households who earn just up to 100% AMI. So the affordability in East Boston, we thought it was important on the rental building to focus on 50% AMI and below, but really overall the project is serving from 0 to 100% AMI.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh, and I did just want to mention the condo building is all 2 and 3 and then some 4-bedroom condominiums. So we focused on family-sized, family affordable housing with this project.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Melavia Gomez with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. ONS did not host an abutters meeting for this project. However, the project did go in front of the Oregon Heights Neighborhood Council, and the council opposed this project 37-4, with 6 who abstained. ONS also received a letter in opposition for 80 and 82 Shawshing Road that cites concerns over the potential for this building to be in a flood zone, create an additional strain on neighborhood parking, and not fit into the existing footprint in the neighborhood. At this time, our office would like to defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
BPDA?
Good morning.
Oh, sorry. Hi. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm the project manager with the BPDA for the project in front of you. Shawshing Road was approved by our board on October 12th of 2023 as an Article 80B large project, and as Tanya had mentioned, a fully affordable project, both rental and condominium. The Article 80 process began in February of 2022 with their letter of intent filing. Since then, 3 impact advisory group meetings were held since October of 2022 to discuss mitigation of the project, as well as 1 public meeting sponsored by the BPDA. Since then, the project has evolved in response to the existing neighborhood context, IAG feedback, and staff feedback as well. We would like to defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Bob?
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Bob D'Amico, Madam Chair, Bob D'Amico, BTD. This project is rather very confusing because initially, Shawshing Road between Barnes Avenue and Saratoga was listed as a private way. Then, after that, it was listed as a public way. And in the city, it's labeled as a private way. Now, the reason why this is important is because if there's any utility, since it's a private way, the developer will have to pay for electric, water, lighting, and gas, all of these utilities. And that might be kind of costly. So I want to make sure that if this is approved, that be in the approval. And I think that the DCR should supply a letter. Since this abuts the Belle Isle Marsh, it's a very sensitive issue. And I think DCR has to be involved in this and should supply some comments. And I think that they should, require an environmental impact report. And then finally, there's on the plan it says there's a storefront. I don't understand what that means. There's nothing in the plans or the application that lists commercial use, but on the plan it says a storefront. And finally, if this is approved, I'd like to prevent access to Barnes Avenue from the site, only because Barnes Avenue is 100% residential, and this massive project will have a devastating impact on Barnes Avenue, and access and egress should only be from Saratoga Street. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you.
Sebastian? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Let's go through the testimony maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sebastian Parra for Councilor Coleta's office. And this is the reimagining of a lot that once used for industrial purposes like filling oil drums. Overall, it will benefit the community based on the level of affordability and the AMIs that are representative of East Boston income levels. We recognize that Warren Heights Neighborhood Council voted against it, although we disagree that it will have a net negative impact on the community based on affordability alone. The site is within walking distance of Warren Heights Station and it aligns with Plan East Boston. This project is building for middle class to keep East Bostonians in their homes. This is the type of thoughtful development and growth that is necessary as we wage on in this regional housing crisis. Based on this, the council would like to go and support this project. Thank you.
Stefan, Mayor's Office of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephen Donovan. I'm a Housing Development Officer with the City of Boston Mayor's Office of Housing. The Office of Housing is in support of this project, and we consider it an important affordable housing development. Thank you.
Minor.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mina Perez representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work out of the City of Boston. Madam Chair, we'd like to echo the sentiment of the BPDA board. This was a well done, and I'm glad they approved this project. We need the affordable housing in the city more than ever, and we ask you to kindly consider supporting this project. Thank you.
Okay. And last one here, Michael.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson, and to the board. My name is Michael Magwer, M-A-G-E-R-E-R, and I represent Belle Isle Wine and Spirit, which is actually the owner of the building is Bula Real Estate Holdings LLC, which operates Belle Isle Wine and Spirit, and also leases to the Domino's next door at 1144 Saratoga Street. My client, as you saw in the slides, is the building in front that is directly on Saratoga Street and is to the left of the easement that the developer proposes to give access to the rental units on Shawsheen. Although my client is not opposed to the project in generally and to the project as a whole, my client is vehemently opposed to the use of the easement that's proposed to be used as a two-way in and out from Shawsheen for the rental portion of the project. If the board were to look at the easement and the terms of the easement itself, the easement was created in August of 1998, and the easement says, "Grantor reserves for himself, his successors, and or assigns as they may appear an easement on this property to pass across, through, to, and from the real property known as Lot 21," and then it refers to the plan. Lot 21 is the subject property at 80 and 82, which is shown here as 80 and 82, which is also to Shawsheen. So if you look at the easement itself, there's no reference in the easement at all to public use. The easement was clearly intended for the exclusive use of the owner of the property and not to be used by others, certainly not to be used in a capacity or the nature that the developer is proposing. Based on my investigation of the use of this property from approximately January of 1979 through April of 2003, it was used for an automotive repair business. As early as 1995, as has been mentioned, an oil company, either one or a successor oil company, then used the property. I believe it was stated that since the oil company closed down, the property's been used simply for storage of trucks and machinery and things like that. I believe that were related to the prior oil company use. The reason why all this is important, or should be important to the board, is because, again, it gives the characteristics of the easement. So this easement has never been used, nor was it ever intended for the purpose that the developer is proposing. The access, whether for the automotive or for the oil company business, would have been business use. Consequently, Monday through Friday, maybe Saturdays during normal business hours, say 6 or 7 till 6 at night. There would have been very little, if any, Sunday use, possibly by the oil company making emergency deliveries on a Sunday. There would have been likely no use of the easement after 6 o'clock at night and until 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock the next morning.
Can you wind down your points, sir, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So my point basically is that even though the developer proposes to retain, I believe one of the slides said retain the existing two-way access and parking, it's our position that the board should deny the application because contrary to what was stated here, the property does not abut Saratoga Street. It only abuts Saratoga Street through this easement, which, as I've already said, is a limited use easement. So we'd ask the board for that reason to deny the application because the the easement off of Saratoga Street is not intended for the purpose that the developer intends to use it. Thank you.
No additional raise.
Does the developer want to respond to that? And I know Ms. Barraza, you had some questions as well.
If I may, Madam Chair, just on the easement point. So the easement has been very clear in its writing that this is allowed to be used for for the owner, for passageway, for ingress and egress. This was formerly used by August Brothers Oil for large tanker trucks to come in and out of that property. And there's no time limit on it. There was no hours restricted. So when we looked at this, we felt that automobiles, 14 parking spaces for the rental building, that's all that would be used, was less intrusive on the easement than what was the prior use. But it's clear that we're allowed to use it for ingress and egress. We also passed that legal document on to BPDA staff as well in their legal department. Two, the concern, I believe, is because the owner of the liquor store is parking cars near that easement illegally. There's line parking, but it was never approved, which is also a concern. So I think that's where this stems from. However, this has been vetted by BTD and Transportation Department, BPDA's Transportation Department, to come up with the plan that we show you, to keep the green space along Shawshene Road, which is what the neighborhood had asked for, to keep access for the rental buildings through this easement, and then the only other cars that would be allowed in to the rest of the building through Barnes Ave for the condo building. And so that has been worked out, and as was mentioned, this is a great spot for commuters using the T, as the MBTA is a short walk down the street to Orient Heights Station. I also want to point out, because I know that Bob had mentioned road improvements and whatnot. So that area primarily is going to be green space. We did bring in a Public Improvement Commission early on to look at the plan, to get an idea of what the proposal was, and worked with them on the final design as well.
What about Bob's question regarding it being private, and if so, that you understand that you're bringing in all the utilities?
So it is a private way. It's always been labeled as private. I don't know if Sharon, if you want to touch upon utility use at all, but yes, we're aware of that. That would be our responsibility.
Yeah, and I can just briefly say that all of the utilities are coming off of the portion of the street that has been, of Shawshene Road, that has been built, except for one tiny corner where we're bringing in some water lines to the rental building.
And Madam Chair, is it okay if I just ask clarification question to the BPDA board manager? Okay. So Bob from BTD mentioned traffic report and environmental impact report. And my understanding is that large Article 80 project review already has those assessments and reports done. Can the BPDA manager speak on that?
Hi, yes, so that would be in the project notification filing as well, and I'm happy to share that too, the traffic impact report.
Okay, so a traffic report has been done, and also an environmental impact report, given its the DCR concerns?
Correct, yes. For all Article 80 large projects, those do need to be completed.
Okay, great, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Hearing none. Is there a motion?
I think Bob still has his hand up.
And Madam Chair, we do have a couple of people here to speak in favor of the project. I'm not sure, will you take their testimony as well?
Let's be brief. Who are they? We'll if their hands are raised, Jessica can call on them.
Okay, great.
So here we go. I'm Anthony, and then I'm Kathleen. Looking to give testimony, either one. I'll go to Bob. Anthony, go ahead.
Yes,
Hi.
Madam Chair?
Why don't we have the two, Anthony and Kathleen, please, one of you start.
Well, this is Anthony, and I am very much in favor of this because of the word affordable. It's 57 units between condo and apartments, and we really need this. I live myself in the service school elderly apartment, and it's really helpful based on my income. I did live up Orion Heights, right near this project, and I also was politically involved with that area during the Kevin White years, and the people are really nice, and I think understanding that this is important. So I'm totally in favor, and I want to thank everybody involved for all the work. Thank you.
Kathleen?
Madam Chair, can Anthony please state his name for the record, name and address for the record? I apologize.
Anthony, can you state your full name and address for the record?
Anthony Piparello, 10 Moore Street, apartment 217, East Boston, Mass. 021.
Thank you.
Kathleen?
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Patrone, and I reside as a direct abutter at 1132 Saratoga Street, where I live with my husband, Ricardo, our 1.5-year-old son, Raphael, and our dog. And we plan on living in the neighborhood for many, many years to come, and wanted to fully support this project. We think it's a great project that will only enhance the community around us. We look forward to meeting our new neighbors. We fully support that the project is affordable, and we think that it will add a lot to our neighborhood and the surrounding area, really on a piece of land that right now is not utilized. And so we welcome the project, as we think it'll grow our community. I also want to note that we truly believe that there have been a lot of changes and redesigns to the project that will better fit the neighborhood, and want to thank everyone who's worked hard on this project. So on behalf of 1132 Saratoga Street, we fully support the project, and we truly hope that it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, please be
Yes.
concise.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Bob D'Amico, BTD. I don't want to belabor this, but I never approved anything with regards to traffic and parking for this project. And I just want to make that clear. I don't know where Mr. Draco got that impression, but I never approved anything with regards to traffic and parking.
Okay.
If I could just respond, Bob, there was a scoping session of which BTD was involved during the process because of the size of the project. Every city agency had to be involved. They were present, as well as BPDA's transportation. So.
Well, I wasn't, Jeff, and I would like to request to the board that this issue be provided to me, since I represent the BTD at these hearings. So I'd like to see exactly what Mr. Drago was talking about, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, this is Javi. I think the board's ready to make a decision.
Correct, thank you. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion for approval. I think this is a good project that is providing affordable rentals and home ownership opportunities for the community in East Boston. I also like the connection with the greenway, the open space that they are creating. And so with that, I make a motion for approval with a proviso for BPDA and Boston Transportation review, special attention to parking and traffic configuration.
Is there a second?
I second Barraza.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
So I think we're taking 261, is that correct?
But we will jump ahead to, we will go, deal with the rediscussion for 11:30. And under that, case BOA 1540041 with the address of 261 Princeton Street. The applicant and or the representative present to explain the situation to the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 11 Beacon Street. We are here seeking a deferral, as was previously mentioned, for the project for a full board if possible.
Mr. Drago, bear with me, please, because this is part of these. This is one of two companion cases.
Understood.
Which is, and the second one is case BOA 1540166, also with the address of 261 Princeton Street. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I apologize. I believe the Spanish interpreter is online as well.
Tracy, are you present? Jessica, are you aware?
Yeah, she said she was here. Hi, are you on? Can you raise your hand?
I just promoted her as a panelist, so she should be able to unmute herself now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Spanish Interpreter.
Okay, did you want to translate what the attorney just said, or?
Would you like me to repeat it, Madam Chair?
Is that helpful, Tracy?
Also, yes, if you can repeat
Great.
for the interpreter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street.
El licenciado Drago y Toscano, licenciado de la 11 de la Beacon Street.
We are seeking a deferral for 261 Princeton Street until a full board, a 7-member board could be provided.
Cuando los 7 miembros de la Junta, esté aprobado, estamos buscando de la Princeton Street, buscando la referencia cuando los 7 miembros de la Junta esté aprobado.
Madam Chair, that would be February 27th.
Okay.
Febrero 27.
Great. May I have a motion?
Motion to defer to February 27th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Tracy?
La moción continúa. La Junta también vota que sí para aplazar la decisión de febrero 27.
Great. I think we're good for this one.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Stenbridge was going to ask about any other deferrals. before we proceed, is that right?
Yes.
That is correct. We will ask if there are, from the 11:30 hearings, if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals in the timeframe.
Yes, I'm here representing 42 Orchard Street. I'm part of the architecture team with Horesco Associates. We would like to request a deferral, as it was suggested by inspectional services, in order to re-advertise the project.
Madam Chair, that's at a 1 p.m. time slot, so we'll call that at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Any other 11:30 a.m. deferrals or withdrawals?
Thank you.
Mr. Frazier, are you?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a deferral request for 26 Orange Street at 11:30.
Hello? You mean 29 Orange Street?
Sorry, 29. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Stembridge, that's the second to last case.
That would be case BOA 1533227 with the address of 29 Orange Street. Would you go ahead and explain the request?
Thank you, Mr. Stembridge. Timothy Fraser from the law firm of Dane Torpy, 175 Federal Street, Boston. We were before the board just about a month ago. During that time, there was some community opposition that was came to light just the day or the day before our hearing. So we requested a deferral in order to address those concerns. The community process was successful in that we made some revisions to the plans, and those plans have been or recently or will be submitted to ISD. So we're seeking another deferral so that the commissioner can have a chance to look at those plans. We can come before the board with the final project.
Thank you. What's the next available date, Javier?
If the applicant wishes, February 27th is available, or it could be March 12th.
Why don't we go with March 12th, sir?
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion?
Motion to
Make a motion. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Motion to defer this case until March 12th of 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza? Are you on, Ms. Better-Brazza?
Sorry, I said yes.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Happy New Year.
Any further requests for withdrawals or withdrawals from this timeframe?
Yes. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, you have an echo.
Maybe on
sorry.
two devices? Yeah, can you get off of one of the devices?
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you identify yourself in the project, please?
So I'm the contractor of 32 Lark Street in Brighton.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're
So
seeking a
that would-
deferral, just to confirm?
So
that would-
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
So that-
sorry, Mr. Stembridge.
So that would be for case BOA 1463517 with the address of 32 to 34 Lark Street. Would you explain to the board the reason for the deferral?
This way, there's been a refusal letter. The planner put the wrong measurement down for the dormer. We're requesting an increase on the FAR. As you know, in that neighborhood, they re-amended that whole rule. But so they asked us to defer it because he needs to do a new refusal letter with the right size length dormer that
Thank you.
was on the plans that were submitted.
Javier?
Yes, Madam Chair, February 27th will be fine for this
What's
one.
up? Okay. May I have a motion?
Motion to defer until February 27th of this year.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. See you then.
Thank you. Turning to the last case for 11 o'clock. That will be case BOA 1497982 with the address of 780 to 780B Adams Street. Is the applicant and or the representative present?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Pulgini on behalf of the applicant at 780 Adams Street in Dorchester. With me today is Mark Sullivan, the project architect, together with Dermot and Cindy Quinn. They are the property owners. So 780 Adams Street in Dorchester is local convenience zoning. The lot size is 3,200 square feet. This property is currently the location of Green Hills Bakery. It's a mom and pop bakery that Dermot and Cindy Quinn have owned and operated for over 33 years. The proposal is to replace the existing bakery building with a new 4-story mixed-use building. The building, as proposed, will include a new Green Hills Bakery on the first floor and 9 residential condominium units on the 3 floors above. The unit mix is as follows. There'll be 3 2-bed, 2 baths. They're approximately 861 square feet. 6 1-bed, 1 baths, approximately 627 square feet. And the first floor will be over 2,000 square feet of bakery space with a commercial kitchen of over 1,200 square feet, which will be located in the basement. As part of this proposal, a 1-bedroom unit will be offered as affordable and will enter into an affordable housing agreement with the BPDA to memorialize that. The proposal will also serve to upgrade a long-standing business in need of repair, provide new home ownership opportunities to Dorchester, and bring a vibrant look to Adams Village. This proposal went through a several-month of community process. I provided the board with support letters signed by 128 residents, and we received the support of the Cedar Grove Civic Association. The few opponents of this proposal cite the lack of parking and height as the basis of their objections. And I just want to take those quickly. Height in this zoning district is 40 feet. The proposed building is 42 feet. This can easily be lowered to comply with the height requirement. However, the reason for the 2-foot increase is so that the commercial bakery on the first floor matches aesthetically with the other existing storefronts. It's just so that they line up okay. As to parking, Dermot and Cindy Quinn have reached out and made an agreement with the owner of a commercial parking lot directly behind their business. The parking lot owner stated that he has upwards of 20 spaces available for rent if needed. But if you look at the area of this proposal, keep in mind that it's a 5-minute walk to the Mattapan Trolley and a 7-minute walk to Ashmont Station. Additionally, there are bus stops to Ashmont and beyond in front of the building. The Quinns are hardworking people who have worked tirelessly for 33 years building this business, and if approved, they've already identified potential sites close to this location to open a temporary bakery, which will be available during construction. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Sullivan from Chu Architects to go through the plans with you all, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Mark Sullivan from Chu & Company Architects, located on 1 Billings Road in Quincy. This is just showing the site plan. On the left side there, you can see Adams Street, which is where the main entry is off of, and then the side street, Henderson Road, which we will be utilizing for service at the back of the building on the right side of that plan. Next slide, please. Just a look from Adams Street, looking at the new proposed design. As John mentioned, 4 stories. The bakery would be at the corner of Henderson and Adams Street, and then the residential entry being tucked to the left of the site against the neighboring property. Next slide, please. To give you an idea of the floor plans, the middle one here is the ground floor. As mentioned before, residential entry towards the left side, right side housing that commercial space with storefront and large glass openings to liven the streetscape. The left plan is showing that commercial kitchen and the service space, that is the basement. And then the right side is a typical floor plan. As John had mentioned, we have 3 2-bedrooms and 6 1-bedrooms. There's 3 units per floor, and they are stacked in a row from front to back. All our service space in terms of elevator, mechanical, and stairs is tucked to the left where we are on the property line, matching what's existing there, just going up. Next slide, please. Taking a look at the elevations and materials, the use of brick to match the existing commercial storefront buildings that are currently within this context, continuing that on the corner up on the corner of Adams and Henderson on that right side. If you look at that elevation on the left, that's the Adams Street elevation, and then if you scroll down that longer elevation on the bottom of this sheet is the Henderson Road elevation. The rear elevation is that third elevation being on there, but continuing that brick around, continuing it up on the corner. Next slide, please. These are just the elevations with the materials call out. So next slide, please. And then just showing the unit layouts. The one on the top is the 2-bedroom unit layout, and the 2 on the bottom are the 2 different 1-bedroom layouts. Next slide, please. And then again, just showing that corner condition in the proposed design. And that concludes.
Thank you. Mr. Bogini, any other?
No, Madam Chair, that's the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you comment on some concerns around this being a primarily commercial area and it looks like mostly 1-story, mostly but not exclusively 1-stories, and just kind of speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so residential use in this area, it's not forbidden, it's conditional. And this is consistent with the squares and streets plans when, on major thoroughfares having greater density. The one thing we're not doing on this is really height. As I stated, the height requirement here is 40 feet, and we're at 42 feet. But again, that is, if you look at the rendering that's before you, you can see where you have the word Green Hills. To the left of that, it matches up so that the commercial spaces on the first floor of these areas are consistent and have a flow. Otherwise, we would be at 40 feet to do that.
Questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ross Cochran with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office held an abutters meeting regarding this project in August of last year. It was a well-attended abutters meeting with a lot of people that were in support. I also have a lot of letters of support that are on file in my file as well as with the ZBA. I have 1 letter of opposition that is on file with the ZBA as well, and the Civic Association voted in support of this project. There's also a petition on file with roughly 130 signatures from neighbors and other people in the area, but at this time we'd like to defer to this board's judgment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Liam Remus from Council Fitzgerald's office. Our office would like to go on record in support of this proposal.
Minor?
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. We'd like to go in strong support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent?
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent DiPaolo. I'm an attorney at Smith, Duggan, Cornell & Gall in Boston. I represent the owner of 2 properties that directly abut the proposed project. The properties are located at 782, 788 Adams Street and 775, 789A Adams Street. My client opposes the project in its current form. My client submitted a letter in opposition to the board on January 2nd, which more thoroughly outlines my client's concerns, and I'll be brief for the board. My client is the largest direct abutter to the project and will be detrimentally impacted by this project in its form in a unique way. My client is, in his capacity as a steward for 14 small businesses that occupy his properties, is concerned about the proposal's impact on these mom and pop businesses and how they will be uniquely harmed by the project. The proposal attempts to inject 9 residential units on a 3,200 square foot property, which is in a largely commercial area. As more fully explained in the letter, the project does not have sufficient parking given the size of the project. It will result in less parking in the area, which will harm the abutting commercial businesses, and it will increase traffic in the area. these abutting businesses rely on parking for their customers. Each of these impacts are magnified by the increased density caused by the proposal and the presidential nature approval of this project will have on the community going forward. Future projects may use the project as a model in the future. These concerns are issues that impact the abutters that make their livelihoods in the area, including my client. And most significantly, despite our expressed concerns that my client has, being the largest direct abutter, we have not had any substantive discussions with the developer. I was personally told that I would hear back from them during one of the community meetings, but I never heard back. Therefore, we would request that the board deny the project or at a minimum defer its decision until we can meet with the developer to discuss our valid and significant concerns. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Should I respond, Madam Chair, or do you want me to wait until?
Let's go through public testimony first.
With the Don, right? Nicole?
Hello, my name is Nicole Chalkowski. I'm a resident at 220 Minot Street in Dorchester, which is across the street from the proposed project. I would like to go on record for in opposition for the reasons just previously stated. There are no meaningful accommodations for parking. I personally benefit from street parking on Minot Street. I don't see how 9 units, two bedroom units, 1 bedroom units will find space without taking away from the businesses that need the parking in Adams Village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeannie?
I am from 786 Adams Street, Adams Village, Butcher Shop and Deli, in opposition. Very concerned about the parking situation during construction. Thank you.
John?
Hello?
Hi, John, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Sean Ware. I live in Dorchester. I've been there for over 40 years. I live at 32 Myrtle Bank Ave. I'm in full support of this. Dermot, Cindy Quinn have been very good to the neighborhood for many, many years. I understand, the parking and everything's been an issue for a very long time down there, but it's always, we've always along. It's always worked out. I'm all in favor of it. I understand the gentleman next door, Mr. Natty's new to the neighborhood, saying his concerns, but for someone that's done so much in the neighborhood, I'm in full support of the Quinns for this, and that's why.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Board, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, you want me to keep going?
How many more do you have?
2 more?
Okay, yep, that's fine.
Go to Heather and then Shane.
Hi, I'm Heather Younger. I own Top Shelf Cookies, so we're right in Adams Village. I'm opposed to this project due to the parking concerns. We struggle with parking every day, and as a business that relies on walk-in traffic, we do hear from our customers all the time that their opposition to coming to Adams Village, if they don't live in the neighborhood, is for parking, and I can't be in support of anything that makes parking more of a difficulty for any of our customers running small businesses right now. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane?
There's a Mary Swanton.
I'm opposed to this project. I feel that it's a very commercial area, and that level of residential development will only upend the parking situation and won't be good for the area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was muted, Madam Chair. Do you want me to get to the last 2?
Well, there's a Mary Swanton whose hand seems to have been up for a while.
Okay, go ahead, Mary.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Ma'am.
I am very much in support of this project. The parking, to my understanding, was addressed at the Cedar Grove Civic Association. I would be very concerned about Mr. DePaulo's client with his concerns about parking, because he attended that meeting, and his project that's coming seems to be bringing far more parking and far more concerns to the area. As Executive Director of the Irish Pastoral Centre, we're here to support the Irish community. It's a non-officially declared Irish heritage area that's been serving the community for years. Dermot and Cindy Quinn are a pinnacle of that support, and their years of service in the community has enhanced the local area very much so. I don't think that this project should be blocked. I don't think the parking is an issue. I know that our landlord is Thomas DeFrino, and we share the parking lot at the back of the Green Hills, which now has app parking, public parking, that you can pay for on an app, and that seems to be relieving a lot of the parking issues. I'm here on the same area every day, and to me, the parking has improved. Again, Cedar Grove went ahead and approved this, and I think we need to look at this more than a bricks and mortar issue. This is a vital community component that should not be held up because of parking. Thank you.
Yep.
One last one. If you,
Hi, John, you're muted. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
okay, well, let's give Mr. Pogini an opportunity to respond.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the attorney for the abutter, I would like to say this first. I myself had several conversations with Mr. Leiden, who is the direct abutter, as well as had conversations with Mr. DiPaolo. So to say that, in each one of these, everybody has my cell phone. So there's never been an opportunity where that didn't take place. Secondly, it's kind of disingenuous that when somebody comes up here and is opposing a 9-unit development, when they're going to be walking in your door in a few weeks or a month, proposing a 110-person capacity bar room that will be added to this neighborhood with a 1 a.m. liquor license. So if you want to complain about parking, you're adding 110 patrons, so maybe, I'm sure some of them are going to be from the community, but a lot of them are going to be driving to and from. And when we heard the issue about parking, the Quinns, who again have been here for 33 years, these are not blow-ins. They've been working their butts off for the last 33 years trying to grow their business, and this will provide them the opportunity and the money to invest in the bakery and build a new bakery. This is something that they've wanted for a long time. They're supported by the community. The Cedar Grove Civic Association was very well attended. I would say upwards of 80 to 100 people. Again, support there, and all the support letters. The people that we just heard from are all tenants from the abutters building, and those are the people that are opposing this project. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yes, there is a large parking lot structure at the rear. Is that municipal run, basically?
Ms. Bedarasa, it is privately owned.
Okay, privately owned. So
My client reached out to him, and he has upwards of 20 spaces that he can make available for monthly rent for any of the tenants that would require those.
okay, that's great. That was going to be what I've heard is more of concern regarding during construction. So what I would just advocate for would be kind of a mitigation plan where trucks can be parked in the meantime to not affect the local businesses.
Absolutely, and we would do that. And we could make
Great,
that
thank you.
proviso, we'd be fine with that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No
Thank
further
you.
questions.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion of approval with BPDA design review, and also with the recommendation that the applicant provides a construction kind of mitigation plan where there are off-street parking spaces available during construction.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Can I suggest I'm sorry. Did you have something to say?
Happy 24 to you all, that's all. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to ask for a 15-minute break so we could all. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Let's do a roll call. Mr. Stenbridge?
Present.
Mr. Valencia?
Present.
Ms. Wewell?
Present.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Present.
Mr. Langham?
Present.
All right, the floor is yours, Mr. Stenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Returning to the rediscussion scheduled for 11:30 a.m. We will go to case BOA 1510490 with the address of 88 Chestnut Street. Is the applicant and/or their representative present to explain to the board?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz, Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 H Street, South Boston. With me today are the owners, Kristen and Scott Patton, as well as the architect, Matthew Ryder, and the general contractor, Joe Holland from Holland Construction. This is a proposal for a full gut interior rehab of an existing one-family, including creating additional living space in the basement while maintaining the existing footprint of the building. This proposal is located within a sub-district of an H265. We have only one zoning violation aside from the G-card. Madam Chair, did you want to hear from Christian Simonelli for the portion of the G-card, letter of compliance, and a no-harm letter has been submitted?
Sure, if he's present.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Our violation here is a floor area ratio violation with these improvements that are going to be made to this single-family dwelling. We are slightly over the 2.0 is what's required. We are looking for relief for a 2.42. If I can call your attention to page 3 for the basement floor. Currently, the basement has approximately 6 foot 6 inch ceiling heights along with an area of crawl space. The entire basement will be underpinned to provide proper height requirements at 8 feet. The basement will consist of storage, mechanicals, a gym with a sauna, bathroom, and a living room, adding approximately 770 square feet to this existing single family. A whole new building, considering that there will be full interior renovations to this property. A whole new building fire protection system will be added again to this proposal. We've heard concerns by one neighbor regarding the underpinning and construction management. However, there is precedent within this neighborhood of successful approval of very similar projects by as well as successful proper completion of projects of this scope by the same team that we have here today, specifically the contractor and the engineer. Owners will continue to be good neighbors and provide reasonable notice of any work to be completed that may have an impact on the surrounding neighbors. They will also comply with the industry standards pursuant to the rules and regulations by Inspection Services Department, and they will assure that the job is completed properly and efficiently. This level of work is customary in this neighborhood. A few examples here are 124 Chestnut, 87 Chestnut, 58 Brimmer, and 11 Chestnut. Lastly, the owners are committed to being good neighbors, to operate within the confines of work hours and practices dictated by the City of Boston. All other considerations will be observed by the framework required by the City of Boston for undertaking construction in the City of Boston. At this point, I'm going to pause for any questions from the board.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Maggie Vanscoy with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to defer to the judgment of the board at this time. On September 14th, 2023, we held an abutters meeting where no concerns were raised. We also understand that the applicant met with the Beacon Hill Civic Association, which after the applicant met with a direct abutter who had concerns and alleviated those, they are in non-opposition to this proposal. We also have 6 letters of support from neighbors on file. Again, we defer to the judgment of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hand at the moment.
Okay. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
If we could amend that,
I'm sorry?
if we could possibly amend that motion to have the plan submitted to the Boston Landmarks Commission for design review. That's what the BPDA suggests.
Yeah, usually ISD would tag that for historic review, but sure, we can include that.
Okay.
Okay.
And with that, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Valencia,
Yes.
Ms. Weewo,
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza,
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 143-8279 with the address of 421 East 6th Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present to explain to the board?
Is Mr. Welsh not a panelist yet, Jessica? Looks like he's here.
Oh, can you raise your hand? There we go. Okay, you are in with us now. Can you unmute yourself?
All right, sorry
There we
about
go.
that.
There you go. Thanks.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Welsh. I'm the project attorney. I have a business address of 899 Congress Street, Boston, Massachusetts. I'm here on behalf of KM Development. The developer is seeking a conditional use permit under section 6829 of the code for the proposed project at 421 East 6th Street, South Boston. With me today, but remotely, Kirsten McElhaney, who's the owner of KM Development, and I believe our architect, Eric Zackerson, is also still present. He was here for a different project before. So the existing site has 5,763 square feet of lot area, and it currently contains a brick one-story, 6-car garage in the front, a 2-car, one-story garage behind that, and then a 2-family dwelling at the rear of the lot. If you're, it's near the top of Telegraph Hill. It's the last property at the top of the hill before G Street. So if you're facing the property on the left, there's a yellow 3-family building, 425 East 6th Street. We share a driveway with that property. And due to the shared driveway and some shared drainage and similar elevations, those two lots almost act as one property together. So we've worked very closely with the owners of those 3 condominiums in that association, and they are in support of the project, which I can talk about some more. The other side of the property, the side faces the rear yards of G Street, buildings on G Street. Those sit at an elevation 10 to 15 feet higher. And then behind the lot are the properties on East 7th Street, which are about 20 feet lower in elevation, again, just due to the slope of the hill. So the proposed project includes demolishing the existing structures and then constructing a 4-story building with 4 townhouse-style condominiums, so front to back, so 1 in the front and then moving backwards, having 4. With each unit would have ground floor garage, 2-car garage, and then 3 levels of living space above. The plans that you have here are the original ones that were submitted, so they don't include, I emailed the board recently the updated set of plans, and I can kind of explain some of the changes that have been made, but I guess one of the main ones is that the building now, each of the units, the three units now steps down back with the slope of the lot to increase the views of the properties on G Street, so it doesn't just go straight back like that anymore, as shown on the screen right now. The project was essentially designed to be a by right project, and the only reason that we need zoning relief is due to the roof deck restrictions clause in section 6829 of the code, which was added, and it involves seeking ZBA approval where the new building will be taller than the buildings being demolished. So we went through an extensive community process for this. We had 6 abutters meetings and a number of private discussions with neighbors. Through that process, as I said, we made several revisions to the design to address different concerns that people had and to make sure that we complied with the requirements of this code, part of the zoning code. And as a result of this collaboration, we gained the support of the owners of the 2 properties that I mentioned, which are most impacted, 425 East 6th Street and then 88 G Street, which I didn't mention. 88 G Street is the one that would be facing the front unit, which is the one that was not lowered quite as much as the other ones. So as far as impact of view, that would most likely impact that building the most. And I believe you have a letter of support on file from the owner of that property. Just to go quickly through some of the changes, as I said, we lowered the height of the front unit by 1 foot because there is a roof deck on top, so that made sure that the top of the roof deck falls within the 40-foot building height requirement. We lowered the rear, the rear 3 units with the slope of the site, and then we replaced, for the roof decks, we replaced the wood roof deck railings with glass railings so that they aren't blocking any views or light. We pushed the roof deck on the front unit back by about 15 feet and 11 inches from the front of the building to set it back so that it's not as visible from the street. We reduced the total length of railings and deck facing G Street by 22 feet and 11 inches by just shrinking the size of them. And that also resulted in reducing the total area of the roof decks by about 573 square feet. And then just separately, this didn't have to do with the zoning relief that we're seeking, but there's some drainage issues due to the slope of the site and some runoff that occurs because the entire site is basically concrete and impervious surfaces right now. So we worked with some of the neighbors, hired an engineer, and we came up with some ideas to address that and improve the drainage situation for all the properties around. As I said, the primary purpose of the changes that we made was to minimize the impact the new building will have on the light, air, and views of the adjacent properties, because that's what section 6829 of the code requires. It's the last paragraph of that section. And that section is a little bit ambiguous. I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but essentially it's written in a way where it says that the height of the existing buildings is the height of the height requirement, but that just triggers going to the ZBA, and then it gives the conditions that you have to meet and the things that you have to consider. And it's basically that you have to make sure the ZBA is supposed to consider that it doesn't significantly impact the light air views of that the roof deck does not, roof structures do not significantly impact the light air views of the adjacent properties. And I believe that the change that we made did that, and which is part of the reason that we've been able to gain some support through that process. So with that, I will open up to questions. And the only other change, just looking at this now, is that the front bay window now just extends all that down to the first floor as well.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, I'll take public testimony.
We have the mayor's office on.
Hi there, I am on. Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lydia Pulaski with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. During my tenure at the Office of Neighborhood Services, I received 2 letters of support on behalf of abutting members of the 425 East 6th Street Condominium Trust and 6 other abutting individuals at 88 G Street. Additionally, I received 5 letters of opposition on behalf of 12 other individuals, noting that letters prior to my tenure, beginning on October 2nd, 2023, have been reported and sent to the ZBA directly. Following the on-site meeting on January 6th, 2024, hosted by the proponent, several abutters who previously stated opposition expressed a general consensus of comfortability with the proposed measures to address water and drainage. There is 1 abutter with remaining concerns to that point. There are 3 other abutters who continue to oppose the proposal over height, potential removal of trees, blockage of light and views, and concern over project transparency. Our office would like to defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Justin? And then Jill?
Sorry, good afternoon, Madam of the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The Councilor Flynn would like to go on record and join both neighbors and the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association in opposition to this project. due to serious concerns from abutters and existing issues of a stormwater runoff that could potentially become exacerbated by the development. Both Councilor Flynn and our office have visited the site with neighbors in recent weeks to see firsthand the unique issue of elevation and significant drop-off to the abutting properties and the lack of grass from the gravel driveways and cement that facilitate water runoff downhill into the abutting properties. Councilor Flynn believes that it is extremely difficult for the city to review this matter properly without ISD and Boston Water and Sewer viewing these unique circumstances in this area on site and having a plan to ensure that this water runoff will not negatively impact the neighboring properties. For these reasons and others, Councilor Flynn remains opposed to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go out. So Justin and then Jill.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Justin Ferris, 96 G Street. We've been involved with the neighborhood process from the beginning with their initial meeting last March. They took some feedback and applied it. Our biggest concern being the addition of roof decks. On March 28th, they revised plans and eliminated the roof decks. This was of 2023. Unceremoniously in the summer, they put them back on with really no note or notice to the abutters. I just felt that was pretty duplicitous in the process. I remain opposed to the project as constituted with the roof decks in there. They're a nuisance to the neighborhood, and the developer can't not confirm who will be owning these units, and therefore if there'll be a public nuisance or not, like so many of these roof decks in the neighborhood are. I expressed these concerns to Councilor Flynn, and he agreed with me, and I'm glad that his office came on the record today in solidarity with our opposition to this project.
Thank you. Jill?
Good morning, I should say good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, all on the call. I'm here as a homeowner and a abutter to this project, not in my capacity as I serve in the Inspectional Services Department. While I agree with Justin, we've been involved in meetings since March of last year. I find it unfortunate that the board has the wrong plans in front of them right now. I'm sure that can be corrected. However, my main concern truly is the water for this project. With the storm that's coming tonight, I would welcome all of you to come to my property tomorrow to even step foot in my backyard, which my husband and I have been in for over 40 years. My concerns are, the elevation on the property is one thing, but then from my property to this project, with removal of trees and everything else, the drainage issue will land with me. So my main concern is the actual water runoff, the impervious pavement that's there. I know that people are going to give support, but unfortunately, I'm really in a hard situation with the water that continues to flow because of all the overdevelopment in the area. I won't belabor that. If the board is so inclined to approve this, I would request that there's a provision added for ISD and Boston Water and Sewer to actually come out to the site as they're moving along in their permit review and see the difference in elevation and not just what's on their desk, which will show a plot in the building. And I want to thank Councilor Finn and the David Evan Neighborhood Association for your acts also on behalf of this project. And I was not available for a less than 24-hour notice on Friday given to me on the 5th for a meeting on Saturday. I find it unfortunate that pressure was on for them to have a neighborhood meeting on Saturday because they were scheduled for today. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Okay, and I have no additional raised hands. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. Any response from the applicant before we proceed?
Yeah, sure. So I would just note that, again, we did hire an engineer. I don't know what Jill was referencing with 24 hours notice, with more than a week notice. Actually, I think it was several weeks, maybe a month of notice for that meeting. But in any case, we did hire an engineer who came out, and for some of the folks who were there, that did, persuade them that the drainage situation would be improved. I'm really not sure how I just kind of I fail to understand how developing a site that's currently all concrete and replacing with impervious surfaces and, you know, dry wells would worsen the drainage situation. And more importantly, drainage is not one of the things that the ZBA is required to consider under the zoning relief that we're seeking. It's regarding views and blocking light, air, and views of adjacent properties, not drainage for a property that's not even basically visible from here. I would also note that there is a significant amount of land that where even if this property, not a drop of water ever drained off of this property, there's still an entire hill of rear yards along East 7th Street that would flow down towards Ms. Cox's property, which is basically a big giant bathtub at the bottom of the hill, which I believe in 2019 it used to basically have more of a slope towards Colebrook Street, and now it's basically just has a big indent and catches all the water. And I feel like that is more of a cause of some of those issues, in addition to the retaining wall somewhat in disrepair, facing 420 76th Street on her property. But again, willing to work with everybody to come up with some ideas to address all of that. But all of the water issues in this block are definitely not caused by 421 East 6th Street. Regarding Justin Ferris's comments, again, somewhat echoing what Councilor Flynn told me the other day, which was just a straight across the board ban on roof decks, which again, that, you know, anyone who wants to petition the zoning commission to ban roof decks is willing, you know, they can do that, but that's not what the code calls for right now. And I think that the changes that we made show a very good faith effort, and just a practical, we achieved reducing or eliminating the, you know, pit impact that the property will have on views, air, or light for the adjacent properties.
Any other questions from the board?
No questions, but just kind of observations. The ZBA does review and listen to direct abutters' impact of development. You know, just to expand that, we just don't necessarily look at views. We also look at open space, and the removal of open space, especially when the city of Boston is interested in preserving the tree canopy. So we do review the project, and it's kind of overview in terms of how development really provides, how development impacts, you know, the community in which they're being developed. That being said, I have a question for you. There's an existing 2-story wood at the rear. That's being demolished, but you are providing a nice 20-foot step back to the rear. Is that right?
Yeah. So essentially, more or less, the house will be replaced by a rear yard, a grass rear yard.
Right. So one of the things that would have been helpful would have been to have seen your civil engineering drawings in terms of the stormwater management solution that's being provided. That would have been helpful to see. But, we will, as you mentioned, the ZBA does review more of regulations on a lot property, and we'll leave it to ISD and yourself to do your due diligence and the required engineering drawings that are required to be submitted. I don't have any further questions.
Just so if it would help, so 425 East 6th Street, they went through this process in recent years, and they installed the dry well, and it has an overflow pipe that goes, the overflow goes to the city stormwater system. So we're going to be, replacing the driveway with impervious pavers, and then basically tying in those two drainage systems and having some sort of an easement agreement so that they can kind of work together to make sure that we'll have our dry well, they have theirs, and anything, that any excess rainwater will then be go out into the stormwater drainage system on the street, so that it does not go down the hill as the concern was expressed.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion of approval with provisos. One being that the drawings be submitted to BPDA for extensive design review on the site plan. Take design review on its massing, particularly on the fourth floor, to provide setbacks on the fourth floor to kind of work with its context. And then most importantly, to also do design review on the facade design. And I would also like to put an additional provision that that the open space or the driveway be done with impermeable surfaces. Permeable surfaces.
Yeah, I think I used the wrong word. Yeah, that is the idea, yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Before we, at this time, since we're past 1 p.m., we will ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 1 p.m. timeframe. The hearing's one. Hearing none, then
No, I'm sorry. For the 1 p.m., we'd like to request a referral for 42 Orchard Street, deferral.
Second to last case.
I'm sorry?
I'm just letting Mr. Stenbridge know it's the second to last case.
Thank you.
So that would be for case BOA 1514536 with the address of 42 Orchard Road.
Correct.
Would you explain to the board your request?
Yes, we were asked to request a deferral because a new refusal letter has been put together by inspectional services, so the project has to be re-advertised.
Yes, Madam Chair. February 27th would be the deferral date.
Does that work for your client?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to February 27th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
If there are no more requests for withdrawals of deferrals from 1 p.m., we'll return to the 11:30 case. And next we have case BOA 1507893 with the address of 1809 to 1813 Dorchester Avenue. This is also an Article 80 case, which I believe Attorney Morency will describe for us.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Morency. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, I represent Mark Kennedy, who owns the building at 1813 Dorchester Avenue, where he has had his commercial painting business for many years. The building is currently used for storage of equipment and materials. The project architects are 686 Architects, and James Christopher, along with Mark Kennedy, is also here with us this morning. By way of background, this is, as Mr. Stenbridge says, an Article 80 small project which was approved by the BPDA Board of Directors in November of 2021 as a 5-story project. It then went to the Board of Appeal in November of 2021. At a hearing with a 6-member board, a motion to approve the project was made. That motion failed with 3 members in support, 2 members in opposition, and the chair not voting. In testimony during that hearing, concerns were expressed about the building's 5-story height and the lack of parking. Since that time, the project was revised to contain the same number of units at 26. It is still a no parking project with 1 commercial unit instead of 2, but in a 4-story rather than a 5-story building. The project site consists of 5,521 square feet located at the corner of Dorchester Avenue and Benton Street. The proposed project is to demolish the existing single-story concrete block building and to construct a new 4-story building containing 26 residential apartments, including 4 IDP units at 70%. 70% AMI, sorry. There will be 9 one-bedroom units ranging from 626 to 645 square feet, and 17 two-bedroom units, with most being between 800 and 900 square feet, and 2 being just over 1,100 square feet. The ground floor of the building would consist of 1 retail unit at the corner of Dorchester Avenue and Banton Street at plan left, and that will be visible as we scroll down to the ground floor plan, with 2 apartment units on the right, as well as the buildings. I think if we scroll further, it might become more. 1 more, I think. I'm sorry, I'm not sure where we are, but I'll just go back to the presentation. So again, on the ground floor plan, 2 apartment units on the right, as well as the main entry lobby, a trash and recycling room, a management office for the building, a fitness center for building residents, and an ample bicycle storage room fronting on Dorchester Avenue. Floors 2 through 4 consist of 8 dwelling units per floor with an inset common roof deck on the roof, providing building residents with some open space, along with a rear patio and a rear yard at grade. Aside from adding 26 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock on a former warehouse site, the project will also result in numerous improvements in the public realm, including sidewalk widening, the closure of an existing curb cut, a new accessible pedestrian ramp crossing Dorchester Avenue, a new greenscape furnishing zone along Dorchester Avenue, including sidewalk planters, public bike racks, and at least 2 new street trees. The 4 IDP units to be provided exceed the 3 units required by the inclusionary development policy. With respect to the requested zoning relief, the site is within a multifamily residential local service, MFRLS, zoning subdistrict in Dorchester's Article 65. In addition to off-street parking, there are violations for insufficient lot area, for the number of planned dwelling units, and for the proposed floor area ratio, which is a modestly dense 3.0 as proposed. Relief is also requested for the building's proposed height at 48 feet, as opposed to the 35 feet allowed by code. The height owes largely to the higher floor-to-ceiling heights required for the commercial unit, as well for the residential gym on the first floor. Relief is also requested for usable open space and front, side, and rear yard setbacks. I do point out, however, that with respect to the front and side setbacks, this is a corner lot, and within an MFRLS zoning subdistrict, street wall continuity is actually a code requirement. The proposed rear yard setback is 5.5 feet. To the rear of the site is a parking area for a neighboring commercial use on Banton Street. As an Article 80 project, of course, all dimensional matters, including those requiring zoning relief, were thoroughly reviewed and approved by the BBDA. Finally, with respect to the off-street parking relief being sought, the site has convenient access to bus routes and is a 5-minute walk from the Ashmont MBTA station on the Red Line. Because of this, and in order to activate the ground floor of the building, the proposed project does not, as I previously mentioned, include accessory off-street parking at grade. Instead, this is a building with an active ground floor in close proximity to rapid transit and bus service, and is intended to appeal to the growing number of Boston residents who are not reliant on private motor vehicle ownership. With that, Madam Chair, I'll pause and take any questions that any members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Morency. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office likes to defer to the judgment of this board. As you're familiar, this went through a lengthy BPA process. There was some concerns raised by the community regarding the height, which the applicant's representation mentioned, as well as some concerns around rodent abatement. With that, we'll defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected official offices? I'll go to Minor.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. At this moment, we'd like to go on record in support of this project.
Thanks. Caller, you can press star 320 617-620. You looking to give testimony here? Hi, can you hear us? Yep, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Michael Foley. I'm president of the Mark Civic Association, and I also live one block from this proposal. It's a Mark Civic Association. I'm voting in opposition to this proposal, and I'm also in opposition to this proposal. The main reasons are too many units for such a tiny lot. 26 units is absolutely ridiculous. The height of the building, the stories, the FAR is 3 times what's allowed. This 26 units should be 6 units of the size of the lot. Parking is a major issue in our neighborhood. This is a middle-class neighborhood. People need their cars for work. It's like a college degree for these people. They work in the neighborhood and outside of the neighborhood. Some of them work 2 jobs to make ends meet. Find it difficult to find a place to park after late night work. Get up in the morning to get to work and find a $60 or $90 ticket on their windshield because of developments with not enough parking.
Sir, can you wrap up? Can you wrap up with the additional points? Thank you.
Okay. Recently, new developments at 17 Dorchester had a minimum of 15 parking spaces. They charge $2.50 per parking space. Also, due to TOD does not work in our neighborhood. Asphalt King Station is 96 years old, and if TOD worked, we would not have a parking issue in our neighborhood. I still more points, but I think it's somebody else.
Please wrap up, sir. Please wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sydney and then Nevin.
Madam Chair, I just want to, can you hear me? Let me start with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just want to start with the increased density in our neighborhood is definitely putting a lot of pressure on parking apart from anything else. Basically, developers are looking for neighborhood to donate local city spots to share with new incoming owners and renters. The parking is already impossible for people in the neighborhood. We support the concept of transit-oriented development, but a simple walk around the neighborhood to any side street and Dorchester Avenue itself shows that this is not successful at this time, and we really don't need to be adding additional cars into the neighborhood, which will put pressure onto our...
Can you just put your name and address into the record? Or
sure.
State your name and address. Thank you.
All right, Nevin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Nevin Lorden of 103 Wells Avenue in Dorchester. I stand in support of this project as both a resident of the Ashmont area and as a member of the steering committee of Dorchester Growing Together. This is a good proposal which will convert a single-story warehouse building which contributes nothing to the streetscape into new, badly needed transit-oriented housing and public realm improvements for our neighborhood. This Article 80 project received the approval of the BPDA board and was, in my view, wrongfully denied with prejudice by the former membership of this BPDA. Please do not delay this project any longer, and we must act urgently to address our city of. I urge the current CBA membership to approve this project today. Thank you.
Jessica, can you mute those who are not speaking?
Okay, yeah, whichever voice is on. Oh, yeah, I see, okay. Yep, and I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. Mr. Morency, anything you'd like to follow up on in response?
No, Madam Chair, I think the project speaks for itself as well as the BPA recommendation. I think that, again, the previous hearing with essentially an entirely different board, I think there were concerns about parking and certainly about the height. We corrected the height. We can't change the parking issue given the nature of this site. The first floor is currently proposed as an active first floor, which is certainly what the BPDA wanted, and I think is what the community in Dorchester Avenue deserves. Adding parking here would do nothing except add dead space at the ground floor level. Not many spaces would actually go in there, given the fact that there has to be a bedroom, an entry lobby, vertical circulation, et cetera. So I think this is the best option. It takes advantage of the site's proximity to Ashmont Station. And again, one of the problems here I think that we're hearing is a lot of cars in the neighborhood. One way to hopefully solve that is to start building projects that don't encourage people to move in and bring with them a car to store, in the ground floor of the building. So we think it's a good project. We thought it was a good project before, but I think it's been improved, and hopefully the board will feel the same way.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll put forward a motion of approval. I think this location makes sense for additional housing units without parking due to its proximity to the Ashmont train station. I think also another way to make units more affordable is to not provide parking with each unit. So that's why I'm in support of this.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza? I don't know if I'm not hearing you, Ms. Better-Brazza.
Yes, I said yes.
Thank you. Mr. Langham? Mr. Langham?
Sorry, no.
Okay, the chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving on now to the hearing scheduled for 1 p.m. The first case is case BOA 151-9818 with the address of 287 to 293 Maverick Street. Is the applicant and/or their representative present to explain to the board?
Yep, we do have a raised hand here. Wilson. Lusaga, are you here for this?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Please
Hi,
proceed.
everyone, yes. My name is Willie Saza. I am the owner of House Willie Saza LLC, which is proposing to change the occupancy of 287 Maverick, which is currently a retail store, into a sit-down restaurant cafe. We have gone through the process of our permitting. As you can see, JTA architects here have put together an extensive build-out plan that has gone through the Jeffreys Point Neighborhood Association, which is the neighborhood association that we're a part of. We went through an abutters meeting as well with no oppositions. It seems fairly straightforward on my end, and at this point, I'd just like to open up for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony? Jessica, is there public testimony?
I have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sorry. Melavia Gomez with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Service. ONS hosted an abutters meeting on October 4th, 2023. In this meeting, one abutter stated his support for the project and shared that we have a need for something like this in the neighborhood, especially for folks that work from home or want to be part of a welcoming place. This abutter also stated that he had been to the other businesses the applicant has and is excited for that environment to translate over to this cafe. One resident of the 287 Maverick Street building said he's excited about the layout and food options. This resident shared that his only concern was about road safety, with potential double parking happening and the buses that driving down the street related to public transport and the school affecting it. To this, the applicant reassured him that he would look into potential options to mitigate this risk. The applicant also met with the Jeffreys Point Neighborhood Association, and the JPNA voted in support, with 26 in favor and 1 opposed. At this time, our office would like to defer judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sebastian Parra for Councilor Coletta's office. The council would like to go in strong support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And have no additional raised hands.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion for approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1543187 with the address of 326A Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present to explain?
Alana, I made you a panelist. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, Alana Russin. I'm owner of the property and the applicant in this case. Are you just pulling up the submitted plans? Thank you. So this is a pretty straightforward application. My husband and I own this unit. We also live in the building. It's an 18-unit mixed-use building in the Fort Point neighborhood on Melcher Street, Melcher and A. We have had no luck either renting or selling Unit 2C, which is currently used as a commercial office space use. So we submitted a permit to use it as residential. As I mentioned, the building is mixed use. It's about 25-75 office uses and residential. So there's an existing conditional use permit from way back in 1980 allowing residential uses. However, this would be expanding the total number of residences in the building. So right now we've really just marked up an existing plan of the unit. Because really this was under contract to sell to somebody else who would be then doing the work and living there. So I think that's sort of the general overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none?
Oh,
Let's
sorry.
go
I do.
ahead.
I see an elevator, but I'm not seeing. Is the unit accessible?
It is. So on the other side of this door here, the secondary building circulation, abutting the study storage space, there's that opens into a common area that is a hallway and a freight elevator. And then on the other main door, the primary building circulation, that enters onto an elevator as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have public testimony.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lydia Plasky with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Community process was hosted in association with the Fort Point Neighborhood Association for 326 A Street. FP&A states support in relation to the importance of more residential housing in the neighborhood. The Board of Trustees associated with 326 A Street approved and supported the proposal for change of use. At this time, our office is not aware of any opposition to this proposal. Our office would like to defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam of the Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flynn's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, it looks like we have no additional raised hands.
I'm sorry, I think there is one in the chat. I don't know if Peter wants to participate, but I recognize his name as he's a neighbor in the building.
Is there a raised hand, Jessica?
No, but there is a chat. Let me just see if Peter is on. Peter, you looking? Would you like to speak? I did send a request to unmute you.
It's all right. Yep. I put my comment into the chat, but I'm fully in support of this application.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the project undergoes fire prevention review.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Stenbridge,
Yes.
Mr. Valencia,
Yes.
Ms. Wewell,
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have two companion cases. First being case DOA 1479406 with the address of 17 Marshfield Street. And along with that, we have case DOA 1548367 with the address of 19 Marshfield Street. I believe Attorney Ross was with us earlier, still with us, or someone else?
I am, Mr. Secretary, thank you for that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Mike Ross. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Prince Bell. I'm here with my client, Marcelino Pina. He owns an existing three-family at 19 Marshfield Street. You can stay on this slide for a second, Madam Ambassador. I'm sorry, the second slide was the way to go. And has an abutting vacant lot at 17 Marshfield Street, which is to the right of 19 Marshfield Street, that he's seeking to build a three-family residence on. And on this slide, what you'll see is that on the left is the proposed construction plan for 17 Marshfield Street, where the three-family would be erected. And then on the right, you see the outline of the existing three-family building. And then you would also know that there would be the creation of the two parking spaces behind 17 for 19. And that's why we have a second companion case with this matter, the use permit at 19. So I'll go through those in a second, but let me just quickly run through what we're proposing here. Also, just point a note here, that existing shed would be taken down. So on the next slide, please, you'll just see the front elevation of the proposed triple decker there at 17 Marshfield Street. It is 31 feet 2 inches, which is within the allowable height for the area. The next slide shows you the elevation on the right-hand side of the building, please. And we can go to the next slide as well, where you'll see the floor plan. This is the floor plan for the second and third floor for units 2 and 3. They are each a 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit. Both are 1,158 square feet. Next slide, please. You'll see the basement. Basement is purely storage. And then you'll see the first floor as well. You just scroll down a little bit. And that is also just like units 2 and 3, Unit 1 is also a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, which is also 1,158 square feet. And then if you go to the next slide, please, you'll see this is the site plan. It has the same measurements as the architect site plan I showed you on the first page, or the second page. And then, sorry, slides 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are just accidental duplicates, I think, that occurred. I'm not sure why that's the case. I did want to just quickly run you through the zoning relief itself, if I could. So for 17 Marshfield, this is the ERT permit at the construction on the empty parcel. So the lot area, this is in a 3F 4,000 district. The lot area here is only 3,286 square feet. I'll point out that almost every lot in this sub-district is actually below 4,000 square feet. So it's very common for this particular area. So we would need relief for that. The additional lot area we were cited for is kind of interesting because the code allows 4,000 square feet for the first 2 units, but requires an additional 2,000 square feet for the third unit. So it's really 3F 6,000. I don't think you could do a 3F 4,000 here, but in any case, we're not that. We're 3,286, so we were cited for that lot area insufficient for that third unit. Likewise, the lot width is insufficient. We have 39 feet of lot width. However, a triple decker is considered another structure under the 3F 4,000 of the Roxbury Neighborhood Zoning Code. So it requires 45-foot width, which we do not meet. We are at 39. And then likewise, the lot frontage being insufficient, we are at 39. That requires 45. There's a side yard violation, requires a 10-foot and 5-foot side yard violation. We are 10 feet 8 inches on one side, but we are less than 5 feet on the other side. On the rear yard insufficient, the rear yard requires 30 feet. Our rear yard, we're at 15 feet, 3.5 inches. The usable open space is insufficient, requiring 650 per unit, and we're at a total of 447 square feet. And parking, as I mentioned, we do have 2 parking spaces for the 3 units, but in Roxbury District, they require 1 parking space per unit. So having 2, not 3 parking units, we were cited for that. For FAR, we were cited, this is a 0.8 zoning FAR district, and we are at 1.05 for the FAR. So we were cited for that. And we were also cited for conformity of existing building alignment. However, we do meet the 20-foot setback for the front yard. So I think that was improperly cited because you're either reaching the setback of the minimum setback that's required by the code, 20 feet here, or you do the existing building alignment. I don't think we should have been cited there, but nonetheless, we were cited there and we wanted to point out. On 19 Marshfield Street, the existing parcel, because we're adding the 2 parking spaces, even though it's a pre-existing condition, once you touch a square inch, it triggers everything. So in this case, it triggered the open space violation because we're taking away from the square footage of the lot there. So that triggered an open space violation for 19 Marshfield. And then anytime you park on another lot for a different lot, that triggers, in this case, a conditional use permit. So that was the other item that we were cited for. I'll pause there, Madam Chair, and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I do have a question. Is Bob D'Amico on from BTD, any chance? Or is Jeff Hammond?
Yeah, I'm on this better Verizon.
Great. If my memory recalls, BTD guidelines for aisle should be at least 10 feet minimum, correct?
As far as I can remember, your memory is probably better than mine.
I know that there is maneuverability problems to try to get into that proposed parking space. Was there a reason why you couldn't allow for a 3-foot side yard setback to the left?
Yeah.
2'3".
Yeah, Member Better Barraza, I saw that and shook my head. I would imagine that in design review, we're going to pull that to 3 so it doesn't trigger so I expected you to say something about it. I would imagine that we would.
Window proximity.
Yeah, you would for the window on the proximity. We would still need the zoning review, but we would resolve that design review.
Thanks. No further questions.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony? Jessica? Are there any raised hands? Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Javi. I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Hi, I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay, Vanessa.
Sorry. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Asha Janae with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Previous liaison did an abutters meeting on August 16th with no oppositions. They also met with Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative on October 26th with a letter for support. Our office would like to defer to the board at this time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was having connectivity issues. I have no raised hands.
And Madam Chair, could EPDA provide us with a recommendation specifically on 19?
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Better Barraza. So we're in support of the 3-family with design review. We're opposed to the ancillary parking at 19 because it does take away the usable open space, what's left over on that property, and creates, an even more non-conforming usable open space requirement over there. So we're in support of the triple decker. We just asked for design review on that, but we are opposed because of the removal of what's left of the usable open space for parking. We're opposed to the 2 ancillary parking spaces.
Great, thank you.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion. First, I'll start with 17 Marshfield. Motion to approve with a proviso that 2 proviso. One, it would be that it undergoes BPDA design review for the triple decker. And then the second would be that a minimum of a 3-foot side yard setback be proposed. And then for 19 Marshville Street, I would like to put forward a motion of denial.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Stenbridge. Mr. Stenbridge? Okay, Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Barraza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone.
Next, we have case DOA 138-0008 with the address of 61 Montebello Road. Is the applicant and or the representative present to explain?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, Attorney Joe Hanley with an address of 28 State Street in Boston. Here representing the proponent, Adam Sarba, who I believe has been made or should be made a panelist. Madam Ambassador, if you can do that. I will take you briefly through the presentation and then open it up to questions. So 61 Montebello Road in the Eggleston Square section of Jamaica Plain. We are proposing to revitalize and better utilize an oversized lot in a 3F 4,000 zone to create home ownership of family-sized housing. Next slide, please. So just to give you some context for the site itself, you'll see in the red hash at the top, the northern edge of Franklin Park at the top. Montebello is a fairly steep decline that goes from the top down to Washington Street and Eggleston Square. And at the bottom, you'll see on the bottom left how this particular lot, which is 10,500 square feet and has an existing 3-family in the middle of it, is much larger in size than many of the lots on the street. And and has, less development utilization currently. Next slide, please. So just to show you the existing photos, existing conditions, the upper left, that's looking down the hill towards Washington Street. You'll see the existing three-family, and then to the right, obviously right in front of you, and then looking up the hill from Washington up Montebello, you'll see the existing two-car garage that is there, and then of course the side of the existing structure. As part of this proposal as revised, the existing structure is remaining, and that's important for the zoning case and was responsive as part of the community outreach process. Next slide, please. So zoning code violation, use for MFR. Again, we're in a 3F 4000 district. The FAR, which our revised FAR is 1.02, and I'll show you the chart in a minute. The building height and the number of stories, as well as side yard variance for one side of the development, which is necessitated by the addition and the maintaining of the existing structure. Next slide takes you through the actual zoning. So first item of relief, Madam Chair, is the multifamily residential. This is something that we're encouraged to pursue. The client started with three families originally about a year and a half ago. And it was suggested that they look at breaking, instead of having that repetition, is to look at the site as one building with an addition to the existing three. We had originally proposed to remove the existing structure. We were asked to keep it. And so that has now been revised with an addition for 5 additional units to the existing 3, and allows us, as you look down here, to exceed the open space requirements. We have over 5,500 square feet of open space on a site that's 10,500 square feet. And then we need relief for the FAR, which has been reduced as part of the process to 1.02, and I'll show you how that is contextually consistent in the presentation. Also for the building height, which is a slight variance that is necessary and is also mitigated by the severe grade change. And finally, the required side yard is 7 to 10 feet. And the existing building is remaining, and that's at the right side. It's over 45 feet away, so that obviously conforms. And the new addition goes to 3.4 feet to the left, and that is consistent with the conditions on both sides, and as you see along the street. Next slide. Final thing I'll note is parking. What would be required for parking is 8.25, and we have 9 spaces, which we'll show you. So we do not need a variance for that. So this just shows you real quickly some of the things that we listened to throughout a pretty extensive process. Again, I had mentioned that we started with scrubbing the site, removing the existing structure. We were asked to keep it. And so we looked at that. We reduced the FAR to 1.02. We decreased the building to eliminate a rear yard setback. At the back of the site is Olmsted Street, so we're now compliant with that setback. And as I mentioned earlier, by virtue of doing one building with an addition, we're able to do 5,595 square feet of open space and eliminate pervious surfaces and asphalt areas, and also surface parking, reduce surface parking. And again, the MFR to complement the streetscape. And I heard discussion about tree canopies on another case earlier. We're really proud that we're maintaining and being stewards of the existing tree canopy along Montebello as part of the modality of our frontage, and we're adding significant amount of green space in a place where there's none now. We also removed roof decks in response to the neighborhood, and we agreed to certain conditions on making sure the parking spaces are for residents of the of the building, and that we had restrictions in the master deed for no Airbnb and short-term rentals, as this is intended to be home ownership. Next slide, please. So real quick, this just shows you the year and a half of outreach that resulted in all these modifications and really helped to make this project better. That included 2 ONS abutter meetings, 3 meetings with the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association, site meetings, as well as a meeting with the JP Neighborhood Association. Next slide, please. So I talked to you about the FAR. You'll see in the yellow highlighted, that is our site. You'll see how much larger it is than its companion lots to our right and to the left. What's important here is when we reduce the FAR to 1.02, it is less than the lot to the right and less than the lot to the left. That is 69 and 55 Montebello Road. Those are our direct abutters. Madam Chair, you also have in your records support letters from both of them. So we are proud that we have the support of both direct abutters on each side of the property. Next slide, please. So just take you, this is a slide that we're particularly proud of, that sort of was the result of all the outreach and scoping that we went through. And that is, you'll see that a vast amount of green open space. We are utilizing the existing curb cut that is there, so we're not creating a new one, reducing the amount of pervious surfaces and asphalt. And you'll see how this works and how it comes together. To the right is the existing 3-story, 3-family, and to the left is the 3 to 4-story addition that goes into the hill as the grade goes up. And you have proposed decks at the rear, but none on the roof. And you'll see in the front, we are maintaining and adopting the street tree canopy as well as the canopy of trees that are on our site in the front, and we are compliant with the front yard requirement. Next slide, please. So just to take you through real quick the building plans. This is the basement main level. What's important is our parking is within the structure. So again, that allows us to give back more at the open space. 7 spaces inside, 2 spaces outside, and there is an accessible, handicap accessible access into the building. As we go up to the next slide, please, for the second story, you will see that there are 2 units on the second floor. And as we go up to the next level, you'll see that there's another 2 units, and on the top floor is a single unit floor through. So the way that these come together is that they are all 2-bedroom and 2-bedroom plus units between 1,000 and 1,600 square feet approximately. You'll see the numbers here. I think the lowest is 950 and the highest is 1,667. And the 8th unit is a 3-bedroom unit. Again, family-sized home ownership, which is something that is obviously much needed in the neighborhood in the city. Next slide, please. And just to show you how this comes together. So the dividing line in the middle to the right is the existing building. You see those existing tree canopy that's being maintained. You'll see the fairly severe change in grade. That goes from 40 feet. We're holding the existing height of the existing building. So above that gable to the right is 40 feet 8 inches. Again, that's an existing structure, and that steps up to 42 feet 5 inches for the top of the new addition. But you also have a significant raise in the grade that then helps to mitigate that. Next slide, please. And so the elevation from the right side, what's important to note here, this is the existing building that you're seeing at the side. That building line is not being enlarged or changed. As I mentioned, it's 45 feet 7 inches from the side yard of the building at 55 Montebello Street, which is in support of us. We're far in excess of what the zoning requires on that side. Next slide, please. And then as we look to the left, this is as you're going up the hill, we have we do need a variance. This is 3.4 feet away. That's also an abutter who is in support, and our condition is consistent with the context of the street. Next slide, please. This is the rear elevation. So Olmsted Street is in the rear. Back of us, our original proposal required relief in the rear yard. We are compliant with the rear yards. We do not need relief for that. We also, it's in your appendix, I won't go through it, but if you find it necessary or helpful in the question and answer, we actually did a shadow study for the folks on Olmsted Street in the back once we've removed and complied with the rear yard. And the way that the sundial works, the sun is actually goes in the opposite direction, the shade rather. So there is no impact on those properties. Next slide, please. And that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton, are you available just to comment on your recommendation?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, it was an interesting case when we looked at it. As you saw during our planning analysis of this property, the way that the city has been going, as you've seen in past appeals, is that we're trying to minimize the amount of parking in these proposed projects. So we've recommended denial without prejudice, recommending that the parking ratio be dropped to 0.5 per unit, which would get them to, I think, 4. Understanding that that would create a zoning violation. But we also think that with that reduction of parking, the perceived scale of this building could be minimized. So I think just following the policy and the overall trend of our recommendations, we recommend a denial without prejudice, mostly because we would like to see a reduction in the amount of off-street parking.
Thanks for clarifying. Other questions for the board? And now, of course, I'll give Mr. Hanley a chance to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to ask the applicant, if there was discussions with the owner regarding, if you were to remove those 2 surface parking, you allow now for more open space to all your residents. And maybe that hasn't been in discussion yet in regards to whether that was acceptable to you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Hanley, do you want to respond to that before we go to public testimony?
Sure. So just to address Member Better Barraza's comment. So if you look at the site plan with all the open space, one of the things we were able to do, there are 2 parking spaces in the garage that's being removed, right? And that whole area was surrounded with asphalt surface areas and the like, right, that we've replaced with green. We were able to put 7 of the spaces in the structure itself, which obviously increases that. One of the ideas that we had was to work with the BPDA through design review to look at permeable pavers or some sort of accommodation that could make those 2 spaces more of a flex component and less vehicular in nature. Just to speak to the BPDA recommendation, and we just got it on Thursday of this week, but if you read it, it's 3 pages, and what I appreciate is that it's supportive of every single variance that we need. It talks about the planning context and how this is consistent. It talks about the need for family-sized home ownership. It applauds us for doing an MFR and not a series of 3 families instead. And I also noted the aggregate lower density that this project brings when it's compared with the median of the street. I appreciate the need for parking reduction. Unfortunately, we just got the recommendation, and that would put us into another zoning variance if we were to do that. And one of the items that we did work closely with the community on was making sure that we had sufficient parking. So we're not doing more that is required, and we're trying to work within that requirement in the best way that is reasonable without utilizing surface areas. And I think you see that here. And so existing driveway, is there an ability to work with the BPDA on how the materials can be used for those 2 parking spaces in the future? The final thing I would say too is we are doing home ownership and they are family size units. We do know from the data that homeowners with larger square footage tend to have more vehicle usage. Now that may change in the future, but that's how we tried to address this. And I appreciate the comment and the opportunity to work with the BPDA, and I appreciate the BPDA's recommendation that was so detailed and supportive of the variances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's open it up to public testimony.
Hello, Madam. Chairs of the board, members of the board. My name is Melissa Beltran with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. As mentioned, we did hold an abutters meeting where opinions were split between Eggleston Spur Association and Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, citing the concerns over height of the project. So in total, we have 2 letters of support from the direct abutters and 3 letters in opposition. Our office would like to defer to the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe McEachran, City Councilor at Large, Erin Murphy's office. Would like to go in record in support of the applicant today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other raised hands, Jessica?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mina Perez, representing the Carpenter Senior, would like to go on record in support of the project.
And I just unmuted Dasha.
Yes, hi, how are you? My name is Dasha Mikic. I'm a resident at 89 Montebello Road. I'm an abutter. I am a member of the Eggleston Square Housing Subcommittee, and I'm an architect with a license in Massachusetts. I was part of all of those community meetings, and I would say they paint a different picture than was experienced by residents. But I'm specifically here to express my concerns in opposition to the proposed development, which disregards the allowable units, the allowable density, the allowable height, and disregards minimum setbacks. The lawyer mentioned these are necessary, but it's not clear why they're necessary. Rather, the only explanation presented was developer profit. The developer hasn't provided any documents that could be used to assess the impact to the projects on neighbors. You'll remember those glossy renderings that showed the project devoid of context and neighbors. In the absence of these documents, to explain the relationship to the neighborhood, I've developed several supporting images to fill that void. I'm relying on my training and practice as an architect to develop these diagrams, and my letter explains more fully my process. Those on the committee that are able to access the letter and the supporting images, I'd like to ask you to bring them up for reference. One of the most telling diagrams is the street elevation, where I took a full street elevation and superimposed the addition of the proposed project. I also developed several perspectival images that show the perspective of the pedestrian with the proposed massing. Others on the call will focus on other issues, but I want to specifically focus on the experience of the project from Montebello Road. Montebello Road is unique in its architectural rhythm and style. It's special to the character of Jamaica Plain, and it contributes to an iconic Boston character. Each building reflects the slope of the landscape and steps predictably down the hill away from its uphill neighbor. The stepping of each building is important to breaking down the scale of the street and fostering a sense of dynamism. The proposed project does not reflect the architectural logic of the street. Rather, it aligns to the uphill elevation, which we saw. The height is significantly over the allowable 35-foot limit, and the result is a feeling of an unrelenting continuous wall. The proposed building therefore feels alien to its landscape, its neighbors, and to the established 120-year-old logic of the block. From the perspective of a pedestrian, perspectival compression further exacerbates that continuous horizontal datum of the higher cornice line and gives, again, the impression of a great wall of Montebello. Next, I'd like to note.
I have a few raised hands. Would you mind just wrapping it up? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. The proposed unit, I'd also like to note, is 2.5 times wider than the typical triple decker on the block and 1.5 wider than the nearest 6-unit building. And then lastly, they weren't even able to follow best practices for architectural vernacular that have been outlined by the city. For example, no front decks were included in this design, which are emblematic on the block and featured as part of the triple-decker vernacular in all city documents. The following, those concerns have been raised by the developer in community meetings, formal letters, and JP zoning, to which there has been no reconciliation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris? Chris?
Yes, hello, board. I just had raised my hand and mentioned in the chat that I'm a direct abutter, essentially affected by the setback.
What's the address? Can you state your name and address?
69 Montebello. It's Chris Consalvo.
Yeah, go ahead.
And in discussions with the developer in review of his plans, I lend support to the project as it stands.
Okay, thank you. Second. And Susan? And then John?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Susan Pranger, 23 Chilcott Place. I'm a member of the ESNA Housing Committee. And I agree with the downhill butters who haven't spoken yet, and with Dasha, that this proposed 8-unit, 80 feet long, 4-story building is too large for this specific lot and for Montebello Street overall. And the Housing Committee strongly opposes the project. The only justification that's been raised for this excess density and height has been either the need to make profit on the project and the overall need for housing in Boston. With regard to the profit, we understand that there's an additional cost to renovating the existing house. We did and do prefer that the existing house be retained, both to maintain the character of the street and to encourage sustainable reuse of existing resources. However, this project modifies the house so much. If you look at the foundation walls and the interior demolition, the first floor changes, it changes it so much that the trade-off of saving the house really doesn't mitigate the additional size and scale that's proposed. And as far as the need for more housing, we want to note that this area of Jamaica Plain is already very dense, as evidenced by the density ratios that Mr. Hanley showed. It's already dense with 3-family and 6-family houses, much of which is naturally affordable. Plan JP Rocks recently identified appropriate locations for higher density and height for multifamily housing in conjunction with adding affordable units. Hundreds of units have been added already along Washington Street. 2 projects, 3193 and 3200, have added 132 units already, including 19 affordable right at the foot of Montebello. So this area is already dense.
Thank you. Can you please wrap up?
So we're not opposed to an increase in density, but we just feel 8 units is way too much. It has too much impact on the street as a whole and the downhill.
Thank you.
And the FAR is not comparable if you look at the size of it.
Thank you.
It may be comparable.
We have other speakers.
That FAR and expand.
Yep. Okay, John?
And please add new information.
Hello, my name is John Couples. I reside at 14 Olmsted Street. I'm direct abutter to the over the back fence to 61 Montebello Road. I'm opposed to this project going forward as it's currently designed, and agree with the negative responses it got from the housing committees in Jamaica Plain. Again, from the rear of the building, we sit at a lower elevation, and from our perspective of 14 even through 18 and 20 Olmsted, it creates a massive wall that really extends through 69 Montebello because of the small space between the two buildings. And again, as others have mentioned, there is no compelling reason for this to be at 8 units other than to make it financially more feasible for the developer. And
thank you.
We're willing to continue working with Mr. Saba on various solutions.
Okay. We want to keep going, Madam Chair. There are 4 additional raised hands.
I think if people can be very brief, otherwise I would recommend they put their comments in the chat so that we can see them. So please go to the next one, and if you can be brief, we'll let everyone speak.
And Michael? Michelle?
Hi, my name is Michelle Sultani. I'm a homeowner in JP. I have known the developer for a long time in Mission Hill. All I can tell you guys, he does whatever you guys discussed it. He's reasonable, he's compassionate, and he has been involved in all community organization for betterment of our community. He's absolutely man of his word. Please work with him because he does the right things. Thank you.
All right, Maura?
Hello, this is Maura Meehan, and I'm the owner of 85 Montebello Road. It's been my husband and my property for 40 some odd years, and we agree with the comments that have been made about concerns about the density. Agree, we need more housing in Boston, but this is too much for the street, and the fact that it has been pointed out that that 4-story is going to be on the uphill side of the street, very, very dense. We're in opposition of that additional density and would like to see a different kind of project. And I would also like to point out that the discussion about the community involvement, I would say, I agree with the initial speaker from the community that says this didn't actually reflect our experience. Thank you.
Suzanne and then Carolyn?
Okay, and that's it.
Go ahead. You're muted.
This is, I'm not sure, this is Carolyn Royce. I'm at 19 Olmsted Street, in opposition to the progress, member of the ESNA Housing Committee. Just want to make an additional point that throughout our discussions, we've been pretty clear that we would accept more units on that property, but 8 doesn't fit. The 4th floor is really the problem. It's very, very excessive height along with that side setback. So we'd like to continue discussion, but 8 units is too much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and do we, Suzanne?
Yes, Suzanne Grenier, 20 Olmsted Street. My husband and I live directly behind, in the 2-family, behind the proposed property. I would just like to mention that 4 stories is just too high. Our house is lower. So having this 4-story unit would actually literally be like having a drive-in movie billboard or drive-in movie theater right behind our house.
Do you have any other feedback besides the height?
Well, I'm concerned it's going to create a narrow alleyway between 69 in the proposed building because he's building within 3 feet of that. All of the existing greenery and trees will be gone. And he's going to create this narrow structure, this little narrow alleyway. And I really thank you for listening to our concerns, and I'm totally against this project, but not closed-minded to oppose something new to come up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I'm going to give the proponent a brief opportunity to respond, and then any other questions from the board before we vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the neighbors, everyone who participated in this process. It really did help guide this project. I want to just take the time quickly to address just two areas that I heard from the opposition. One being the density and two, the justification for this. To say that 8 units does not fit is not correct with respect to the zoning. Article 55, which we're in, Table E, has lot area restrictions and lot area restrictions for additional units. If you look at that table, 8 units requires 10,000 square feet of land. We have 10,500. So the density is, with respect to the lot size and the number of units, is entirely appropriate and compliant with the zoning code. And I think that's an important point. And if you read the BPDA's recommendation again, which was pretty extensive on the first page, it notes that the lot is approximately the size of 3 neighboring lots that each have a triple decker on them. Contextually, most neighborhood lots are already less than 4,000 square feet. So what we are doing is, as this has been revised with the FAR and with a lot area compliance, is doing something that is contextually appropriate. And you see that with all the open space that is being created. So the second issue about the justification, I heard a lot of talk about profit in all the meetings, and I've represented Mr. Sarbar for a long time. Admittedly, he is a private developer, but that has not been cited as the reason, and it has not even been a part of his discussion and argument. I will tell you what the justification is, and the justification is to take an unusual, unique property site, which zoning talks about, one that is almost 3 times the size of those in the zone, and work with an existing structure that happens to be directly in the middle of it, and do it in a way that is contextually and the least impactful possible. And I think that's sort of what we struck here. The other thing is, it was mentioned about the housing crisis. Yes, we do have a housing crisis. I believe we also heard about 3200 Washington Street. These are totally different developments. And what we're doing is addressing a niche in the housing crisis that isn't being met. And I'll just leave you with this. If you read the first page, first paragraph, final sentence of the BPDA recommendation, the city, as the planning agency, even notes that much infill currently being proposed in and around Jamaica Plain is focused on small units or small lots or larger developments on larger lots due to the few opportunities for vacant sites. The proposals new units range from 1,000 to 1,600 square feet, providing an opportunity for infill housing to also meet the needs of larger families and households. So that, in addition to the housing crisis, the type of housing that we're able to provide, I would suggest supports the justification for the relief. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, can I chime in and comment just one to my comments of the opposition on top of my attorney, Mr. Hanley? Is that okay?
Briefly, please.
Yeah, no worries. I just to understand the process with this that we went over for the last 16 to 18 months with the neighbors. There's been three full revisions of drastically different plans. It did start with three families trying to be contextual to the neighborhood that we slowly evolved. And, you know, the fourth story doesn't just come out of nowhere. At one point, you know, middle reiteration was a single family cottage house above the garage that kept the parking, which I got some feedback from the direct abutters, specifically in the rear, that weren't, they weren't really a fan of that. So that's how we got to where we're at. So it has been a very long public process that has been good and massaged on all sides in trying to understand it. But I just want to say it's not just arguably just throwing up a fourth story to do there. It's trying to make it all work. And one of those proposals was trying to utilize the garage that you guys didn't see. So just some background.
Thank you.
And thank
Any
you,
other
Madam
last-
Chair.
Absolutely.
I do think it is important if you have in your records that you have support from the abutters on both sides of this site, especially as it relates to that side yard variance and the minor deviation in the height.
Mr. Hanley, that's one of the questions I wanted to ask. That you have 2 side abutters and 3 rear abutters, direct abutters. Out of the how many support the project?
So the rear abutters are not impacted by any zoning request. We do not have, we're compliant with the rear yard setback, and that's for
Right, but
Homestead Street.
they are still considered.
Of course, yep, of course.
Proximate abutter.
Yep, and so one of the things we did for them is we performed a shadow study that even the members of the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association noted that there wouldn't be a shadow impact. Now, they will have a structure. So what we're talking about is the difference between 35 feet and 42 feet on a small section that is into the hill, and how that impacts, I guess, what you would be looking at. You'd see a structure from the back. With respect to the front of the site, which is germane specifically to the relief, right? We do need a side yard variance on the left side. BPDA said it was consistent with the context, but we also worked with Mr. Consalvo, who is the direct abutter with real standing on that particular request. And he had no issue with it. You heard from him that he was in support. It was also important for the direct abutter on the other side, of which there's over 45 feet away from their side lot. We removed the existing garage that was there, and we also replaced a lot of permeable surfaces and asphalt areas that creates runoff problems and the like. So it improves that condition for both of those most affected abutters. And I don't want to belittle the abutters in the back. It's very important. And if you look at Adam's timeline and what was changed, you'll see that one of the things that he did was to bring the building further in order to comply with the rear yard.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I will put forward a motion of approval with BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
No.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next case is VOA 153-4015 with the address of 3927 Washington Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Anthony Ross, appearing on behalf of the owner, Michael Cassidy. This is a proposal to add a 4th unit and a 4th floor to a triple decker following a fire that occurred in November 2022 and substantially destroyed the 3rd floor and roof with water damage to the other 2 units. The building has been partially restored while this appeal was pending to restore the exterior. Of course, the proposed 4th story was not added yet. This building is on a typical size lot for this area with typical parking. It has 1 off-street parking space. This stretch of Washington Street near Forest Hills features mostly triple-decker style 3-unit buildings similar to the current one, as well as some 5-unit and a number of side-by-side 6-unit buildings. However, this is a transit-oriented site on the bus line and easily walkable, and therefore no additional proposed parking is proposed. No additional parking is proposed other than the 1 existing parking space. There is no proposed change to the footprint of the building. All setbacks would remain the same, front yard, side yard, rear yard. The height of the building would be increased by approximately 10 feet. And the owner has taken advantage of the opportunity here, if this proposal is approved, to reconfigure the third floor as the living space for units 3 and 4, making those side-by-side units with 2 levels. As the plans show, all 4 units in this building, if the additional story and the additional unit are approved, would have 3 bedrooms. There are a number of precedents for this increased height. Just down Washington Street, there are a number of buildings that are 5-unit buildings that appear to be triple deckers but actually have 4 stories. Those are at 4040, 4044, and 448 Washington Street. And as the plans show, the additional proposed 4th floor is set back. It follows the contour of the building, but it does not project over the existing front and side bays. The effect that the architect intended to achieve is to make the 4th story less obtrusive. This proposal was presented at an abutters meeting as well as at the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council's zoning committee, which voted, the zoning committee voted to support this proposal, as it does add a needed unit of housing in a transit-oriented location. We would be happy to answer any questions. There's also a photograph I submitted, I don't know if it's on the slide, that shows the state of the partially restored building at this time.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Diana Bronchek from the Office of Neighborhood Services. We held an abutters meeting on Wednesday, October 18th, where no community members were present. The team then presented to the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council Zoning Committee on Wednesday, November 15th, where the committee voted to support the project as Mr. Ross had stated. Our office has not received nor copied on any statements of support or opposition. At this time, we defer judgment to the board.
I would add that we did submit to the board staff one letter of support from a direct abutter.
Thank you. Are there raised hands, Jessica? Okay. Hearing none?
I have no additional raised hands.
Hearing none, may I have a motion?
I'll put forward a motion of approval with BPDA design review with attention to the design of the 4th story addition in alignment with the existing building.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
There are also votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to the last case, you have BOA 1521916 with the address of 15 to 17 Brackett Street. Is the applicant and or their representative present to explain to the board?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz, Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 H Street, first floor, South Boston. Well, you have the pleasure of starting your day with me on the first hearing, and you're going to have the pleasure of ending it. Madam Chair, I'm going to be as brief as possible. Joining me today is the owner, Rebecca Zhang, and architect Jim Chen. This is a proposal to update the existing 3-family dwelling by way of an interior renovation, along with a 3rd floor addition to square off the roof line, creating a 2-bedroom unit. The basement will also be converted into livable space, which will be added into Unit 1. The proposed design is staying within the footprint of the building. This proposal is located within a 3F 4000 sub-district. Unit 1, a 2-bedroom, will be located on the 1st floor in the basement. Unit 2 will be located on the 2nd floor, will be a 2-bedroom, and Unit 3 located on the 3rd floor will be another 2-bedroom as well. There are 4 zoning violations with this proposal. Floor area ratio, the current floor area ratio is already non-conforming at a 1.1. and the new proposal calls for a 1.4. The max allowed is a 0.8, but this increase does not affect the existing size of the building. And lastly, front yard, side yard, and rear yard are all insufficient. Again, those violations are already non-conforming. No changes being made to the side yard setback. The changes to the front and the rear are due to the replacement of the front porch, and as well as the third-story addition deck for egress. So at this point, I'm going to pause and turn it over to the board for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Spitz. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony? Jessica, any raised hands?
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judgment of this board. ONS conducted a butters meeting where no butters were present. The applicant then went on to meet with the Brighton Allston Improvement Association, which voted to support this proposal. I believe Annabella Gomes is on this call. With that, we'll defer to the board this time with us being unaware of any questions or concerns from residents. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
Annabella, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep, go ahead.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Allston Improvement Association. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
Good afternoon. This is Maura McCree from Councilor Braden's office. The councilor would like to defer to board on this project, but did want to raise two concerns about this project. She would like to express concerns over the inclusion of habitable space in the basement, just keeping it consistent about concerns about having bedrooms in the basement and concerns around stormwater flooding in those bedroom basements. The second thing she wanted to raise concerns about is the potential of paving over the backyard. She would like to request that the ZBA request a provision for use of permeable pavers if the choice is made to extend the driveway. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I will put forward a motion of approval with BPDA design review.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Valencia?
Yes.
Ms. Wewell?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, to our first meeting of the year. See you soon.